Shalom. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to another tattoo critique. This is episode, I think I typed in 36. So 36, not weeks in a row, because we definitely missed some weeks here and there. But anyhow, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Sunday. Mine was great. Church service was awesome. Speaking about the joy of the Lord, I hope that if you haven't already, you get the opportunity to experience the joy of the Lord in this crazy time, in this crazy world we live in. Guys, I want to say hello. I hope we have a great stream. But before I get into anything else, I want to jump over here and say hello to some of you guys that are currently in the chat. And then I'll get through some briefings here. And Andy should be with us. And we'll be take a look at your guys' work. If you want to send it in, feel free to send it into the email scrolling at the bottom of the screen. I think we should be able to get to everybody today. That is my goal. So the first person I want to say hello to is Zogi666, first person here. I don't know about I like those 3 6s, but that's cool. Art you later. Great to have you. Appreciate you always being here. Who else we got here? His Ravens Queen. Also appreciate your support being here. Let's see. And Zugi, yes, you can submit your tattoo, of course, man. Let's see who else is here. We have Jerry. Thank you, man, from Nebraska. Appreciate you being here. My scroll is acting weird. Jerry, thanks, man. Smoke, always a pleasure, my friend. I hope that you know you have a good one this evening. Mark, appreciate you being here. Who else we got? I think that's going to be the most people. Les, L-E-S. Lees. Hey, thanks for being here. What's going on with you too, man? I hope that you guys send your work in. So we have some stuff to look at. I haven't gone over there to look, see what's been sent in yet. I think there's only a few things if I can remember properly. But go ahead and send your stuff in. We will be taking a look at that in just a few minutes. I always like to start these off, guys, by letting you know that deep down in my soul, I hate doing this. I've wanted to quit this series more times than I can tell you because I absolutely hate critiquing people's work because it feels like a holier than thou kind of thing, and I hate it. I hate being like, yeah, you should fix that, and knowing that there's things that we all can fix, specifically myself. So I do this because I know you guys want me to do it. I just want you to understand that deep down, it's not, I don't love doing this. I don't like telling people, I wish that every single tattoo was awesome so I can just tell you they're all awesome. But it's not that way. So again, take whatever we have to say today with a grain of salt. Don't let me take your joy away, okay? So yeah, just a regular tattooer who makes regular tattoos and just loves tattooing. I love the craft. I love the struggle. I love the process of the whole thing. Truly love it. And we're just constantly thriving, trying to do better. And so I'm hoping that through this series we can, help somebody. But again, take everything with a grain of salt. If you don't agree with stuff, totally understand that. But it is what it is. I'm just one person. So is Andy. He's obviously just one person. So anyhow, with all that out of the way, I don't think there's much else to say. I hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving. Christmas coming up. Holidays can get kind of crazy. But I'm giving you guys a few more minutes to send some work in. Mark says, we won't learn if you don't tell us. There is trial and error. There's tons of other things, guys. I will definitely continue to do stuff like this. And I think the other thing I'm going to do is because time is getting harder. I have less and less time as time goes on, right? So I figure we'll do these Sundays, maybe every other Sunday, maybe every Sunday, not sure. But also on Tuesdays, depending, I'd like to do a every other week or something like that, a live stream, just answering your questions. And, I'll just have some random video tattooing in the background. So you just have to look at just me. And I think between those two things, that's the best way I can help because I can only share with the journey I'm in. And that's why throughout my channel, I shared stuff in the beginning was, a lot of rudimentary stuff, important things. But I was learning those things as I was helping people because I think when you explain things as you're going through it, you really understand. It's hard to go back and explain things after you've, it's like if you're trying to learn to ride a bike, you can tell the other person, hey, every little nuance because you're feeling it in the moment. But then to go back, you're like, I don't know, I just get on it and just kind of ride. So I'm just kind of sharing what my current struggles are, my current processes, and sharing whatever it is I'm doing. But I also just want to be able to help and share any information I've obtained. And so these tattoo critiques, I do my best to share anything I can. And then also I think a live Q&A. That way, if you got thoughts throughout the week, questions, I certainly can't answer or know the answer to everything, but I'll be here. So I think those are the things I will try to do moving forward. And that'd be my way to give back and try to, help any way I can. So, okay. That's about it. So let's, Andy will be here in a few minutes. I think I'm going to jump over here. Oh, I do want to talk real quick about about the thumbnail. I thought, man, I don't know. I know this is technically a bad tattoo, but man, this tattoo makes me laugh. Gosh, this tattoo makes me laugh. I would love like a nicely executed version of this because, oh man, it's like, I don't like it. It's not done well, but it's hilarious. And sometimes tattoos can be funny at the same time. They don't always have to be awesome. Sometimes they can just be funny, in my opinion. All right. So with that out of the way, let's jump in here and see who we got. All right, cool. We got a few emails. That's cool. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we got 7 guys. So if you would like to send something in, feel free to do it. Because we got plenty. We'll have plenty of time to get through everybody's at this point. Let's see. Anybody new from the chat? So bad. Look good. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. All right, here we go. We're gonna start off with Daniel. Daniel is up first. So Daniel says, "Hey, is Andy here? There you are, Andy. Dang, Andy. I hope you haven't been here for a long time. Have you been waiting down there for me to scroll down for a while?
No, I've just joined in, Dave.
Okay, I just saw it down there. I was like, oh crap, how long have I been running my mouth? Make sure you got in on it. How are you doing, Andy?
I'm doing fine on this cold, wet, miserable UK evening.
It ain't too much better here, but I feel you.
No, it's currently raining. I do apologise if you can hear it in background.
I can't, but I can't speak for everybody either.
So hopefully it don't get so loud and we're okay.
Yeah, no, I can't hear anything over there, and hopefully somebody will let us know in the chat if they do. But I think we're good. Well, we're just about to look at Daniel's work. Daniel said, "Hey, I'm still in my 2 years into tattooing. It's awesome. Starting to learn how to shade. Be hard on me. It was kind of tough. The client was moving a lot, and I've hard time being good at sit still. Oh, okay. I get that. You have a hard time telling people like, hey, stop moving. I understand that. Also using the new EU regulated inks that takes just about double as long to make a shade with and can look a bit dull when freshly done. Love your videos. Thank you. Andy, do you have any experience with this EU ink at all?
No, I'm just using UK REACH compliant.
Yeah,
they're fine. I know people that are using EU inks and they're not having any problems with them. Gotcha. I'll be honest. This guy don't say what brand he's using.
No, he doesn't.
But I know people that are using them and they're not having any problems.
That's good. I think this from here, I think this tattoo looks pretty cool. I like it. Not bad at all. I mean, I see I like you're learning to shade, and I think it's coming along nicely. I think we got some nice little, different values here or there. There's nothing in this personally, Andy. I mean, you might see things different, but nothing in here is popping out like, hey, look at me, I'm done poorly.
No, I mean, notes sticking out here. I mean, the piece, the style that it's done in, it's looking, to say that it's saying he's struggling with his EU inks.
Yeah, seems fine to me.
It's looking quite smooth, to be fair.
Yeah, it fits the arm nicely. I like how this kind of flows with the shoulder line there. Yeah, you could definitely build on this too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything I would say. I don't, like anybody in the chat, you guys got anything? I think this looks nice. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and beat stuff up if it's
No, I
No,
mean, all it's a case of if you're struggling with his inks, it's just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll
absolutely.
eventually find out and adjust to find the best way for yourself to put them in, because our way and somebody else's way may not be the best way for you.
It's true. True. Daniel, good stuff, man. You doing
Yeah, nice work.
cool. Just gonna keep moving, keep getting better. Absolutely, man. Hi, Dave Peter from Australia here. Been tattooing for about 6 months. Would love a critique. Absolutely, man. We'll give you our 2 pennies worth of thoughts. Hey, okay. Very contrastish. Okay. Well, I definitely think it's very readable. You know exactly what you're looking at. I've seen this image a lot more in recent days. I think the hands probably could use a little smoothing out a bit. Um, there's some other stuff, but I think if there was one thing that I wish was a little bit better, would probably just be those hands. And hands are tough. Maybe just introduce some softer shades in there. Maybe sometimes it's hard to tell what's happening over here on this knuckle here. Maybe that's part of the reference. I'm not sure. It looks like initials of some kind. I don't know. What's your thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, it's like I said, look, it looks good. There's no. We seem to have the dark blacks in, and then we jump to a really light tone, and is using skin as negative space. It'd be nice to see some, middle tones in,
Right.
just to give that a little bit of extra depth, especially around eyes. And I know it's a mask and everything, but
Right.
other than that, I'm pretty much with you. As we're looking at it, that left hand looks, especially down by what would be little finger,
Yeah.
looks weird. And the thumb,
Yes.
the thumb on the opposite hand looks a bit pointy.
Right over here.
Yeah. Other than that, it's just try using some medium tones, and just getting used to putting that extra value in. I mean, like you said, totally readable, totally legible.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's just now taking it from this to that next level.
Right. Getting comfortable with those midtones. Midtones are scary, man. It takes a
Yeah,
while. I'm still, I trying to figure out how much midtone for light tone to dark tone. And the midtones, they're scary. So definitely got that contrast. If you can get those midtones in there, I think we'll definitely, like Andy said, get a lot more depth and shape and everything.
yeah. It
Give you
just
a
gives
bit
you
more
that
ability
more.
to shape stuff.
Yeah, it takes you more towards that. To it's a middle ground before realism.
Yeah. Oh, they sent a few pieces in. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. Well, I'm just kind of taking a look here, but I think from what I've seen so far, these lines are really nice and crisp. I like these lines. I mean, I don't think I can make lines. My lines probably look the same. If there was a boo boo, there'd be a boo boo in mine too. So I can't get too judgy here. I like these lines. Actually, even sometimes down here in these, they're wispy. Could they be cleaned up? Yeah, but that's kind of I'm over here going like that's kind of what mine look like and that sort of thing. So maybe I could up my game as well. But overall, I like this tattoo. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's nice, clean tattoo. It reads well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the lines in the fins and the tail, I wouldn't expect you can get away with that. They don't. If you look
Oh
at a
yeah.
fitted
And plus,
tail
the
and
beauty is
ribs,
when that black and gray lines heal, they soften out a little bit. It's like, well, I guess all lines, if are done in black, are gonna be black and gray, but they heal a little smoother, which is just thank God.
yeah, but it's a nice clean tattoo. Clean lines.
Yeah, I like the dark and the light, and yeah.
Yeah, it reads well.
Hey, that one's somewhat like this. Their dice is probably a bit more accurate than mine. Yeah, it's not bad either. They got a lot of contrast in here, which is good. And I do see a little bit of mid-tones, a little bit, which is good. And I think if they just kind of keep evolving off of this, introducing just a little bit more mid-tone, a little bit more mid-tone, yeah, I think it's just definitely going down the right road. I mean, in my opinion. Obviously, the lining around the cards could be a little bit better, but yeah, I think it looks pretty sharp to me. For
Yeah, like you say,
6 months in, I think they said 6 months, right? Let me just double check. Yeah,
you know
6 months. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, for 6 months in, they're doing really well.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Some of the lines around on this one, round the cards, could be a little bit cleaner. A couple of lines here and there, like money roll, dice, they could be a little bit cleaner. I can see in the roulette wheel, it's got a mid-tone in the roulette wheel. Just looks a little bit scratchy from this angle.
Yeah.
That mid-tone could have been a little bit smoother, but that's something after 6 months you're going to be still figuring out. Now, I mean, now you've zoomed in. Some of them lines around them cards, they're not really in well. Now you've zoomed in, especially on that ace, the long line down that ace.
Right.
It's not in very good at all.
And sometimes it can be tricky, but what you can do in this case is really shade off it just a little bit. So you can really kind of sculpt it. If you're, trying to go back and just kind of sculpt that line in a little bit more, maybe if you're hesitant to do like a real solid, perfect one pass and shade off, you have that opportunity. But I do see that you are working on shading, and that is a really tricky thing to do. And I see, like Andy said back here, you're trying to put that mid-tone in and that mid-tone across here, and it kind of comes off. We can easily tell exactly where you were going. And I think that's when that whole crosshatch kind of shading comes into play. If you could do that and then maybe go back the opposite way and take away a little bit of the streakiness. This die is pretty nice. I like this. It's relatively smooth. But yeah, I just saw that back there when you're right, Andy. When we zoomed in a little bit, you can see a little bit more, but try not to get too zoomy in because you want to be somewhat realistic in real life, But yeah, good catch on those cards. Oh, we got more. Aha. Oh, okay. I hate Roman numerals. I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, I mean, we're still working on the shading. That's a tricky thing. It's still, I think that I'm still ever evolving on that one. Never purely happy with anything. I think this guy or gal, whoever this is, just needs a little bit more time, just keep doing it because I think it's looking all right. It just needs polished up, refined a little bit. And sometimes that comes with time. And the watch, I don't know, it could be the photo and the way the body curls a little bit, but it looks a little oblong. But again, sometimes even my photos, you move the wrong way, it can kind of look funny. I don't know, Andy, give your thoughts.
No.
Probably being a little nice on this one the more I look at it. But
yeah, I mean, it's like I say, 6 months in, this guy he's now got to work on finessing. Still got to concentrate on his lines. The line weight, consistency of line weight, there's some variation in his line weight. There's still a little bit scratchy, along with this. You can tell that he's only early on into his tattooing career because of how the shading in as well. It's not as smooth and like up against that filigree fleur-de-lis at the top left-hand side where you come off the line, it would start off probably solid black and then come out, to a lighter grey. There just seems to be, or if it is solid black that it's put in, it's not packed in super solid just up against the line and then brushed out. But yeah, I mean, it's going in the right direction. It's a case of now he's just got to figure out this shading technique.
Yeah, for sure.
Smoothing it all out and line work, bringing it all together. It's just a case of finessing it all and basically not trying to run before he can walk because that'll be a big.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, of the three, let's go back. Well, of the four, this one is probably my favorite. The koi fish really tells me got a lot of potential in there. This one's not bad. This is probably my least favorite, but I think it's just like I said, it's the least crisp of them all. But Man, for 6 months, yeah, he's doing good. I think you just got to keep doing it. Same for I think ourselves too to get better. We just got to keep doing it and keep finding. You send your work in. That is really nice for you to send it in and let us take a look at it and just try to improve. And I think
Yeah,
that comes with just doing it a lot as much as you can, but doing it and then seeing the flaws in your own work and trying to improve on it. It's a hard thing to do in my opinion. Well, not all the time, but been tattooing since May, just practicing my ass off. Different needle configurations, tones, machine strokes. I'm trying. All right, so since May, June, July, August, September, October, November. I mean, that's like 6 months. All right, so same as the other guy, about 6 months. Oh wow, it's all kinds of stuff going on here. My goodness. My goodness. All right, we'll start up here. Yeah, I see. You can tell they're kind of messing with different thicknesses of lines here up in this flower. And I like the line weight around the petals themselves. And there's some bit of soft shading going on. The lines up around the bird. Then we definitely venture off to a no line thing going on here. I like this face. I like this one. See, you can. I don't know. To me, I can kind of see where the evolution of things is happening. I don't know. It looks like a pretty cool little like experiment. You're messing with stuff, trying different things. Is that it? Nah, you only sent the one piece. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
I
You
guess
see,
I don't really know what to think because it's hard to take a look at this and evaluate as a whole.
yeah. You see, I'm a bit opposite to you there. I mean,
Sure.
this to me, this person to me, try to run before they can walk. They've got all these different pieces in, try to figure it out, try to figure shading out, lining out, lineless, everything all in one go.
Right.
And it's just going to burn the brain out. Is this what they need to do? Is start with your basics. It needs to get his line work. What I'd say is he needs to get line work first, then work on some packing. Then from there, once he can line and he can pack, then start working with a bit of shading and learn how to soften shade. Because otherwise, he's not going to have no fundamentals to work off. You know
Right.
yourself. If you can't line and you can't put them lines in, everything else is going to look bad from there on in.
Yeah, you're always going to want to fall back on those because you're going to have them in everything.
And then you've got the basics of being able to put solid, clean line in. Then work on, if it's some lettering, like he has Cash there, then packing it with black and packing it to the point that your black is the same consistency as your line work, yada, 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 so that you can't see it. Then from there, it can go on lining some bigger pieces, start working on your shading. But I think going down this, like you said, the best piece on here, I'm in agreement with you, the best bit that I can see on this, for as much as there is on here, is the outline around the flower at the top.
Right. Which, and I wish we see more of that in the practice here.
Which you can still see that there's parts missing in there. It's not super consistent round it in areas. For the most, it's not too bad, but it's not super consistent. But if he hasn't got his fundamental basics down, trying to do, I mean, it tells in that piece near the cash where he's got his finger up, that finger's lost, it's just blurred.
Right.
Just try doing something, it's not work. You can see in some of the roses that they're lost the way.
Yeah, and even the shading, it's still a little bit, could use a little bit. And I mean, those lines are going to help you open these eyes a bit more. I mean, like you said, you want to jump right into doing what you like to do, but those fundamentals to lining and whatnot, working on that simultaneously is going to help you as a whole. But even the packing, right, the cash. So like Andy said, man, spend a little bit more time working on those fundamentals because they're definitely going to up your game in the end.
Yeah.
You
said when you were learning, Dave, start off with your lines first. Once you've mastered everybody, even in the apprentices and that, first thing, you're not moving on until you've mastered them lines.
Yeah, even if your work, I think a lot of people get into tattooing and they go, well, my work doesn't require lines. I want to do hyper realism or realism or something. And, you can get away with that maybe for a little bit, but you're shooting yourself in the foot by trying to lean heavily on that, where I think it's very important to get the fundamentals, even if you're not going to use them, even if your type of work doesn't require a lot of them. It's still really good to have, and it's better off learning it in the beginning. All right, Terry says, "Evening, guys. Cockney Tez here. Just, just Tez for Dave. Thanks, man. Tez, appreciate you. Hope you're all doing well. So far this week, I tried to tackle my favorite style, new school. I must admit, I did struggle a bit as I only have a limited number of colors, so I had to mix most of the ones. I had a slight saturation issue with the owl's chest, but overall, I enjoyed the process and the outcome. Take care, one and all. The famous words of Dave. Peace." Thank you, sir. All right, man. So the little thumbnails are looking good. From here, I like this. Yeah. Yeah, I like this, man. Overall, the lines look pretty nice. Some are maybe slightly undersaturated, but touching there looks, yeah. I think the lining is fine. Personally, nothing really worth beating up here. Unless you see something, Andy, absolutely we'll.
No, I mean, they look, for all intents and purposes, they look a decent line weight. Lines where they're touching, shall we say, I'm just looking around it now, seem to be touching, there's no, or I can't quite see any open gaps. Fun little piece. And that it's for all intents and purposes, it's looking quite good line work. You can definitely see the progression in his line work.
Yeah. I think it's good. I think it did pretty good. Aha. I like this. I like you had a limited color palette. I think he looks cool. I love the different variations in the browns, the little details, and I would consider them details. We get a little bit of depth in the claws, if you will. Highlight at the top. Yeah, I dig this a lot. I mean, things I would change, I think, would be personal to me.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I like it. Like he says, he's got color, limited color palette, which is, by the look of it, has pushed him to think creatively. Mix them colours, get it done, pull this piece off. What I will say, and this is nothing whatsoever against his tattooing capabilities and how well the piece looks, that this is more illustrative than New School, because New School is wacky, outlandish colours. Even in the bird, you'd have greens up against purples, against bright oranges, where this is more illustrative, but it's still a striking piece. Is this
right?
Little bit of extra detail in that he's gone that extra mile in towards the claws, the fingers before the claws, where he's got that darker colour in, and he's given that roundness. He's got his darker tones in for shading up through to his highlights, and it's a fun piece.
Yeah,
it's a fun piece. It's bold.
Yeah, it's a I don't know. It feels a little dark, but not in like a black sort of way. Like there's too much black. It's just dark, but it's so well saturated. The purple back there. I like this. I think it would look cool. And
it's all well separated.
It is. Yeah, it's readable. Your eyes not like hurting to find things. Nicely done. Like you said about the New School, that was a really great point there. I didn't even think about it. And I have very little to no experience in New School. I think that people who could do that and are super creative and just come up with these crazy characters and make them, that is so cool to me. I am not creative like that. I wish someday, but some people, everyone's been commenting, they really do like it. The skin breaks and the feathers really help make them pop. Absolutely. Art Later says, I like how triad see color scheme was used. More green, right? They did they did put a little bit of the green in the eyes, but you're right. Yeah, maybe a little more green. I have very little training in
Yeah,
color
really nice
theory.
piece.
All right, it looks like we had a bunch of fake skins here. This could be fun. Let's see what we got. Michael says, "It's me, Mike again. I am having problems with shading. It's a hard thing, man. You told me do line work last time. Okay. I can't figure out why it's too dark at times. All right, so it sounds like you're working on line work and you're struggling with your shading. From these little thumbnails here, most of it looks pretty cool. Where do you want to start? On the beginning or the end, Andy?
Let's start beginning. We'll work his way
Beginning?
out.
Okay, sounds good. I don't know which way to ever go here. Okay. Oh, that's too close. I gotta find a happy medium. I hate getting too close. This is not terribly big. These little push tacks right here, those aren't
Yeah,
pretty
but
small. So this isn't
this is
huge.
no, but this is what we're saying to people. If you can keep
Yeah,
it on something like a 4x4 piece, make the most out of your skins.
absolutely.
Get
You can tell
used
it
to
looks like they
pulling
did that here.
shorter straight lines before you get into big stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
The lines aren't too bad. I think there's a couple that are a little light as far as saturation goes.
yeah, over top of
Yeah.
handle, hilt at handle,
Yeah.
on that curve, it looks a little bit light there.
Right.
The
And
lines
here,
on the
right
right
here.
hand side, it looks like as you come onto the blade and it comes in like that.
Yeah.
Can you see where it's followed the line across to the inside? Must have lost his stencil.
I see. Yeah.
Can you see that little line?
Yeah.
There, yeah. Obviously it's got that, but taking that aside,
Right. Which is
the lines are pretty decent. The lines are pretty decent on
yeah.
this. For the most part, they seem saturated and in there. I'm not a fan of, I won't say the color choice,
Right.
but the use of minimal colors. But then again, I don't know how many colors he's got. Like we've always banged on, if you're going to use color on stuff like that, use at least 3 colors for everything.
Yeah. Give yourself a little value range there.
Yeah, 3 colors for everything, and at least put one value of separation between every color, but 2 values of separation between every color. Makes it a lot easier to get that brightness and contrast on the skin. But
yeah.
Other than that, in general, I can see an improvement in his line work.
Yeah.
I definitely can see an
A little bit more
improvement in his line
saturation
work.
on the line.
Saturation in the colouring is suffering a little bit. Saturation in the black is suffering, but the shading is, maybe try using a softer stroke when you're shading. Yes, you might have to go over it a couple more times, but use a soft stroke. But go in, where's my camera? Go in this direction, and instead of always going in that direction, then come in this direction, then go in that direction. It fills in so you don't end up with your rake marks of your needle. It fills in easier rather than having the rake marks of the needle.
Right. Yep, that's it. Try to get that cross hatching going on one way or another. And it's a thing, it's a learned thing over time. And then, you just kind of keep working at it. All right. It seems like the lines have definitely improved from before. I think the saturation of the lines just maybe slow down a little bit. Hard to say exactly. Could be the depth might need just a little bit more punch. But I think that would be it when it comes to your lining. There's not a ton of shading in this piece, just for the nature of the piece. So I do like the leg shadows. At least you did those. You gave them value, a bit darker up here where it's closer and whatnot. And I think again that'll come with time. You kind of have to keep doing it a little bit. I think the part I don't, and again, I'm not trying to beat you up here. Again, this is practice skin. You're doing things the right way. Maybe if this section here was saturated just a little bit more, it feels a little bit flat. And I don't know, maybe that's because certain parts saturate more than others. And but Not bad. You want to move to the next one, or anything?
No, move to the next one, Dave.
Okay.
You pretty much
Oh,
covered it.
here you go, Andy. Here's some color for you.
Yay. Instantaneous thing that, that as I look at it, the instantaneous thing that lets this down is this person's inexperience, learning. I won't say inexperience. Well, yeah, inexperience, but obviously he's learning, so he has got an inexperience.
Right.
It's in being able to pack the colour in properly. Because in the black, you can see the patchiness, the holidays. In the greens and the blues, you can see the patchiness and the holidays. And like he says, he's struggling with shading, which shows in the purple, where it turns out it could be a bit smoother when it goes from the solid into the lighter. It could be a smoother transition.
Right.
But what I am going to say, when I look at the line work in this one, again, I can see that this person's line work has definitely improved. Whether they just need to slow the hand down a bit, or maybe just speed the machine up just a little bit when they're doing, the line work, just to get it that little bit better.
Right.
But that's something that they're going to have to figure out. They're going to have to get on some fake skin and just pull some lines and work out, well, I feel uncomfortable slowing my hand down, so I'll notch my voltage up on machine a little bit, just making sure that it's not going too high. But the overall effectiveness of this piece is nice. It's just that the actual
execution,
is packing capabilities, and that's just going to come with experience, and just keep going at it and practicing, and just, even if it's a scrap of fake skin and you're just getting some offset colours or a little bit of black, and just practice and seeing what works, what voltage works, and everything.
Definitely. Ooh, this one's cool. I like this. Yeah. I think it has a cool effect. I think that packing color on fake skin is tough, but I think maybe just a little bit more time in that with the black, in those black spots, to saturate them just a little more in some spots. But I mean, as a whole, this reads real nice. The teeth are cool. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. And then if we look at the lining on this, yeah, it's improved. But I think saturation of lines is still something. So big improvement overall. I think the saturation of the lines still just needs a little bit saturation in the black, a little bit. But it's looking cool, man. It's looking cool.
Yeah,
and then as you get a little bit more time, those light shades will get a little bit smoother. And yeah, go ahead, Andy.
No, I was just going to say, I think out of what we've seen, I think this is my favourite. For how it's done, the lines are in, the shading, the black. It just seems to be. I know it's not there, and there's areas that won't do in, but actually looking at it and seeing what it's done, that it's my favourite piece out of the pieces that we've seen. But I agree with you.
Definitely.
Just got to work on is either slowing your hand down to pack that black. We've said for some week after week after week, it is so slow and so boring packing black, packing solid colour and everything. But it's something you've got to do, and you've got to be able to do it, and it's got to go in there well.
Okay. This is an interesting piece. We got some fingers melting off, some barbed wire. Just trying to take it all in here. Yeah, okay. I think it's got a lot of contrast, which is nice, and that really works in tattooing. Contrast is king. And then you have some values in your midtones, which is cool. And I think as you develop those values a little bit more, you'll be able to do a little bit more, because, when you're doing something really high contrast, you're trying to put those darks and those lights in and then shape stuff. But the more you get comfortable with those midtones, the more you're able to do. And it's just a constant learning process. But I like the barb. We look at the lines in the barbed wire. That's not bad.
No, I mean,
yeah, they look pretty good. The teeth can be kind of funky in faces, and they did pretty good.
yeah, I mean, what I will say on this one, this is the best shading I've seen him do,
Yeah,
because it's, yeah, I can actually see it on this, although it's not 100% smooth, and this, but I can see it starting to smoothen out. It just seems to be getting things. Must be getting his mindset into how it should look like, and I can see it's he's doing something on this piece towards sorting that out.
yeah, yeah.
And it's got, for what it is, it's got that, and I know it's a bit grainy, but it's got that effect of a lot of motion blur.
Right,
It looks like
right.
this piece has got a lot of motion blur, and I actually quite like it, if I'm
I do
truthful.
too. I do too. It's yeah. It gives you a feeling of some kind, which is cool. Cause you're kind of like, oh yeah, even nicely done. Especially from that shading point of view, as we've gone across, this one definitely has the most amount of those middle tones, if you will.
Mm,
And that you can tell, we've said it before. Wait till that evolves. It's already evolving, which is really
yeah,
cool. Ooh, this is pretty. I really like the way this looks from here. I'm sure when we
yeah.
get close, it should probably still look better. And this isn't huge either. Fantastic. Small stuff. I like this. I like that. I bet you a lot of people that would like this too. Let's take a look at those lines because I think they're looking good. Yeah. Yeah, they're not bad. This is much smaller lines than you've done in the past. The stippling in here is real sharp as well.
Yeah, it won't surprise me if he's done this with a 3, no bigger than a 5, liner on this.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
Um, I tell you what I do like, he's got it figured out, his leaves. How he's got the 3, he's used
Oh,
stipple shading, but he's got that 3 or 4 different levels
value. Yeah,
to give
that's
the
it.
tones, which gives massive separation. He's got he's got some directional stippling to give flow on the
Mhm.
petals of the roses. Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, they don't feel flat. They don't feel
No,
flat. Yep,
no.
just enough.
Um, it's just a case of owning his skilling for me, and just, like you said, just watching them lines for saturation and
Right.
smoothness. But this is a fine line, and this is going to show up every cough, wrinkle, or fart that you do. For anybody, no matter how good you are, how long you've been doing it, them 3 round liners, slippery little suckers, them things.
Yeah. A few people in the chat are saying a little bit more black in the roses. I think there was like 2 people that said that,
I
maybe
don't
Kyle
know.
and Smoke.
I don't know.
And it's debatable, I think that's where it comes down to, almost on this particular piece, personal preference. Because I could see there being a little bit of black tuck, which they did a little bit here, but I kind of actually like it a little more here. So maybe if it was so that's again, I think that's subjected to people. And I always am a fan of a little bit of extra black tuck down in there. But for some reason, this one feels pretty good the way it is. But that
It
is
does to
definitely an
me.
option, huh?
It's you see, to me, this is how would you put it? This is this is aimed at being a delicate piece
Mm-hmm.
that a female would definitely wear
Yeah, yeah.
without it being too dark, because they don't want a lot of girls, women like stuff like this, but they don't want it too heavy. They don't want it dark. They want it. They want it light. They want it feminine, and this would work all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Well, this one is hard to read. Right off the it took I didn't even realize that there were a couple airplanes here. It took me a little bit to see that. But I will say the little lines in the airplane, the little lines throughout here are pretty decent. All the little lines I'd say are fine. Again, just saturation where you need it. But that's not a hard fix on the line saturation. That's just like slow your hand down or speed your machine up, or just a little tuning in there somewhere. Um, I feel like there's a lot of texture in the skull, but it just blends too much with the behind him, under him, the movement that's going on in these planes. It kind of matches the same tone and movement as all the shades in the skull face. Um, so I think I would try to work that out a little bit, but still think it's cool.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, I think me looking at this, I think he started off with the planes, got the planes in, you know, they start, oh, they're looking pretty cool. I like them.
Yeah.
Then he started on this pilot skull, and I just think it's got away from him a little bit, or it's not gone. It's not gone how he thought it would go, or it's not looked how he thought it would look. So in the end, it's like, oh, I'll just get it finished type thing. Because, like you say, it looks a bit patchy.
Yeah,
a bit patchy and a bit scratchy for my liking on the skull. And that's how I look at it. There's a lot of work still needs to be done on the skull and the helmet to finish this piece off, but I do like the planes.
Yeah. I think you, Mike, you have a lot of potential, man, and I think you're watching you grow here, and it's really fun to watch. And I hope that anything we had to say helps you along. Your line work's gotten a lot better. Saturation and shading seem to be your next batch of things to really, and you're already on your way, man.
But he's working hard. He'll get there. He'll get there. This person will get there because he's working, and he's working in the right direction. He's on fake skin. You're not hurting anybody. Crack on, mate.
Yep. Definitely doing good stuff, man. Keep at it. All right. What do we got here? We got Goth Mother. I have since been able to upgrade my machine and have gone through more fake skins. Long story short, I took the advice to heart. I started in February and just did this Bartok, I don't know, on my upper inner left forearm yesterday. Upper inner left forearm. Upper inner. Okay, I got you. I had to think about it. Yesterday, my name is Haley, and I'm working towards being a full-time artist someday. Okay, so let me see. All right, so you did that right here. Okay, on yourself. You know, it's not too bad. I mean, you did it on yourself. I'm not sure how you stretched it. Maybe somebody helped you, or you did the try to pinch it, and, you know, I've been there. So it can be tricky. And I think it turned out all right. Wish there was maybe a little bit hands and stuff. If you can drop down to a smaller needle to get them in there a little bit, you know, because if it's a tight space and you're using a needle grouping that might do the job, it could be better to just get a slightly smaller one. And it gives you a little bit more wiggle room if you have to go back in there and kind of shape it up a little bit, which looks like what happened maybe here in the hand. You had to go back in there and just kind of, and smaller needle grouping would have saved you there. A little bit in the foot too, because trying to get those little tiny curves into a small area. But I don't see, Andy, any blowouts.
No, I mean,
and if you look down here, this was probably something she had done in the past. So I'm looking at quite an improvement here from this. To this. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's progression. But that's all I have. Pretty much see what the chat has to say, and Andy has to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brave tattoo to send in because it's lines and nothing but lines.
Yeah,
and you can't hide them. You're never going to hide them from anybody looking at them. But overall, the lines don't look bad. Is there a couple of places that they're not as good as other places? Yes. Over the top of the head, does it look like they've had a go going over them twice? Yes, it does. Yeah, just there. You can tell by line weight, Dave. Right. You know, compared to the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, with you, I'm assuming lower down on leg that was an early attempt, and that's blown out.
And this is her arm.
You know what I mean? But it's no, it's looking well. It's looking all right. Is that? Yeah. To be fair, it's going in the right direction. It's not blown out. There don't seem to be parts of lines missing. Lines seem to be connected.
True.
They don't seem to be overshoot any lines where they shouldn't be overshot. So, yeah, fair play.
Yeah, and if I recall, what is her name? Haley. I think she sent some stuff in the past, and if I recall correctly, it's a huge improvement. And it's easier just people watching if we create some sort of rapport with people, send stuff in so we can really tell, like, oh wow, it might not be perfect. We can tell how much you've progressed and let you know you've done better. You know, I think sometimes you need an encouragement on top of a hey, maybe work on that. But your line's looking all right. I think just a little bit more time. Nice. You didn't go crazy. That piece was probably about that big. All lines now. And as you learn color packing or shading or whatever, you have the opportunity to go into this line piece and work on that later after you've practiced maybe that skill level a little bit. So good on you. Good on you. All right. We got Jerry. I'm trying to find some words. No words, Jerry. No problem. I think Jerry might be in the chat. So let's see what we got. Oh, okay. I've seen this piece several times. This isn't. Let me get closer before I run my mouth. I think it's about close enough. I think this is as close as you'd probably get in real life. And I think this black is saturated pretty good. It seems to be saturated, you know, relatively up to the lines here. It's got a lot of contrast. Didn't try to go nuts.
Most I'm looking at lines around fingers. They look to be okay.
Yeah, they're not bad. I mean, this is not the, you know, get some of that calf. The skin is changing everywhere here. It's hard to tell if some of these might be a little bit blown out. But, hey, you know what? If I can't tell, then you've either covered it or at least hidden it well enough. Yeah, I think shading will come a bit more in time. There's not a ton of it here. Where it's at, I think it's okay for this piece, you know? I think it's okay. It's a little harsh, but I think it works because it's a high contrast piece. I think
I think it works. It's especially when you zoom away from it, you come away from it.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
It's a cool little banger of a tattoo.
Yeah. It feels like he's coming out of there. That's mission accomplished.
Like you said, lines around fingers look good. That black looks to be in well.
Yeah.
A little bit of mid-tone over top of Skull's head. Can't really, it's a bit pixelified for me here at this end.
A little bit.
But overall, yeah, good job. Good job.
Yeah. Right on, man. Good work, Jerry. Look forward to seeing more. Oh, we got another one. Hold on. What do we got? Oh, this must be where he put the words at. The skull on my leg was my first tattoo on myself. It was quite the experience. The adrenaline, the shakes, the pain. You did fine, Jerry.
Yeah.
First tattoo on yourself.
Yep.
Oh, he's in the chat. The adrenaline, the pain, the shakes. Right, man. I think you pulled through, you know, and you probably learned a tremendous amount through doing that. And you ended up with a piece that's on you that, you know what I mean? No one can hate on. Looks good.
One good thing when you do them on yourself, and you keep touching them up over years, they'll never fade. You never fade and never go dull.
That's true, man. That's true. Yeah, it's like, oh, is that fading out? Put a little more, and you get to watch it heal and see what happens, how your grays look, the whole 9 yards. There's a lot of good to be said there.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is look at the art tattoo makeup. Huh. Okay. Love watching your videos. Thank you so much for doing what you do and the amount of time you spend helping us all on our ink journey. Here's a few pics of my work, self-taught, been at it for 3 years now. The skull and crown and zombie Bob SpongeBob pants both need a second sit to finish up. Looking forward to your critiques and any advice you might have. Thanks and kind regards, Joe. All right. Well, where are we starting? Top or bottom, Andy?
Take your pick. Your choice.
Yeah, we'll go top. Okay. Interesting.
Cool contrast.
Yeah, am I too far in? This is probably as far in as we should.
Yeah, you're a bit too far in, I think. There,
probably about right here.
Yeah.
I like to be realistic. There's no, we can zoom in to oblivion if we wanted to.
Color choice I like.
Yeah, the color choice is cool, huh? And I think what they've done, I don't know, are these
them lines look drilled.
They do.
I'll be honest.
That's the part that I'm kind of like, man, did they just go over them with the color?
And no, because if you look at that black leaf work, you'd never cover that with yellow.
No, that's true.
And to be honest, some of them look blown.
They are. I definitely think some of these are.
They've got such a fur and a fuzz.
Yeah.
Around them that the look blown does that black. And some of the lines, I'm with you. The black work, some of the black work in a lot of the areas looks drilled in.
Yeah.
It does look drilled in.
But dang, is the color cool. I really like these gems down here.
Yeah.
This person's got a lot of potential. They just got to ease up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, and they've got some nice, shall we say, color theory going on.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. Let's see what we got next. Oh, man. Look at that SpongeBob. He looks mean.
Sticker tat.
This is probably as close as I get. Yeah, I like that they're doing one of these sticker tattoos. I get the feel of it. I definitely get the feel of the whole, it feels like a sticker thing. I think it's just the lines probably just need a bit more tuning. I mean, I'm always struggling with them. I'm always doing my best. It's a constant thing, but I think that would help this out a little bit more because we got some drilled in lines, some blowouts kind of hiding throughout. Bottom of the leg down here, up at the top. I mean, overall, once that you get that next session in there, you can kind of hide some stuff, clean some stuff up. Definitely bring this one full circle. I mean, your color work is really nice, I think. I really like the way that the wheels are turning for this color.
It is, but what bugs me about this piece?
Sure.
To say it's like a sticker tat, there's a couple of things. One, line work is a little, I'll be honest, it's quite weak, especially the finer line work. Where they've done the sculpted bigger lines is better. There is some blowouts. It is weak in areas, but then where they've got side creases and they've done that bit of black shading, that's very scratchy. That could have been used, instead of using black, you use a mid-tone, but smooth it out a bit more. But the biggest bump for me is I've seen all them lovely colours on that last piece.
Yeah.
And then I look at the mouth on this and the tongue and everything, and it's like, God, I wish you'd have put some more colours in it, and give it a bit more attention, to shape and everything. And that, as you did in your other tattoo. And that's what bugs me in this one, other than some of them fine lines are weak.
Yeah, and I'd be interested. I would love to see the second session on this because they did say there was this one and a couple others that had a second session, and hopefully they do add that. But I like the brown work down here. Looks cool. Yeah, I'd love to see it finished, see what they can do to kind of like, hide some of these things.
Yeah.
Or whatnot. Cool. Oh man. That's funny. Again, I think the lines here, while lines are still a pain in the butt no matter where you go and what you do, it's a constant struggle. I say it all the time. The green seems to be saturated pretty nicely though. And the only line that's really bugging me the most would probably just be these ones, but just because they're out there in the open. You'll see this, similar issues in some of my own stuff. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like they use a fat line. No, you're all right. It just looks like they use a fatter liner on this one. It looks better. Looks a lot better at line.
Right. Yeah. All right. So we got some words here. We're made to grow, evolve, or disappear. Interesting. With the black lettering like this, you have and it's pretty thick, right? It's kind of large. I think you could have spent maybe just a little extra time with maybe even a smaller liner and really gone in and smoothed some stuff out. But the black that's inside of it seems to be saturated okay. Let's take a look at the letters. Some of them. Yeah, at least they made the letters similar, right? We see a lot of times where an A doesn't always look the same. There's just a little bit of a difference between them, but they're similar enough. The font looks pretty close. I don't know, Andy. What do you think?
I don't know because I can see a lot of areas that could be tidied up in this font.
Definitely.
Its font should be flowing and smooth. And we go at first part where we go from the R to the E, it goes up and then cranks off. That would have been a lot more flowing through.
Right here? Or right
Yeah. Can you see how it goes up?
I do, yeah.
The E's would have been a different. The E's look weird. They're all like same thickness all the way around. Then just go to this weird point on the end of it. Whether it's the font that they've chosen, because I'm looking at these on Weir and Made, and then Evolve and Disappear. The E's are different because they've got a curved line. they go like a curved line and round, whereas the E's on the top one, it's like a straight line through them and over. So I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of this one, and there's a lot of places that it could have been tidied up and made to look a lot better for script wise.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I hate doing script. Look, I do it, and I'll be excited about a tattoo, and then somebody will be like, and if we could just put like a script right under the bottom, like, God, man, because you could work so hard to get it perfect, and then go to do the script, and I don't know.
I don't mind script depending on where it is. If it's on a decent part of skin, and I'm not trying to wrap it around somebody's neck, or I don't know, in a thigh or rib where they're breathing up and down.
Right, then, location matters for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind in ear or on ear, thighs, calves, legs, this, that, and other.
And then the size of the script too. If it's like a single pass script, I mean, they're nice because it's quick. But the hard part is you gotta be Johnny on the spot.
No, I'd rather do single pass script.
Smoother, quicker.
Just crank your machine up. Just crank your machine up half a volt, 1 volt.
Yeah.
And get it in. Slow your hand down just that little bit. Just go around it. It's in. It's done. Get out of there. Move on to the next letter. I'm not having to go down one side, up other, fill it all in. This, that, and other. It's so, but that's just my choice. I'd rather not do it.
Well, let's see. See this, boy. I think maybe we're going the wrong way because the stuff we saw before already is better. The line work is not the greatest here. A lot of blown out lines. Yeah, I mean, we got some pretty harsh ones in some places. And this is the top of the leg. The skin is pretty thick here for the most part. So to get that that many blowouts, I mean, you're definitely drilling this in there. Definitely drilling. And
I mean,
Andy, almost every line's blown out.
I'll tell you what, there's some horrendous blowouts on this one.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, you go to the mouth, right hand side of the mouth, just below your cursor there to the right hand side. Look at it. Just go up a little bit to the right.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, that's massive blowout.
This is probably the craziest.
Look at that.
Right here.
That is huge. Is that line is all blown? Yeah. And all up that, yeah, you even up to the side of the crown, it's blown.
Yeah. Right. Up here.
And this is the line work and everything on that. This is before we must be going the wrong way because
I think so.
The colours, the colour packing, and the colour choice on them flowers just don't work. It's not right. It doesn't look right. They're lost. There's no shape, no form, no depth or anything in that colour. So this has got to be, I would say, has got to be an earlier learning curve tattoo because it's not very good at all. Yeah,
no. It's going to be a hard one to fix up. I mean, definitely doable. You're just going to have to increase your line weight big time and just kind of change the style and feel of this up. Definitely fixable. But give it some time. Give it some time. All right. And then we go into this tiny little guy, which, yeah, there's, a little bit, but this is pretty small. It's not terribly big. So with that being said,
clean.
The line, yeah, it's a lot cleaner, especially considering everything we've looked at. And it is a bit nicer to do those small ones because, again, that hand doesn't have to move quite as far. When you're doing those long ones and you're pulling from that's when there's a little bit more finesse involved. And obviously you're traveling further distance. Skin changes from here to here. So, a lot more room for air. But overall, this one's not too bad. The teeth could be a little bit tighter, but it's small, right?
Yeah, it's hand.
Yeah. All right, Andy. I have to use the restroom real quick.
That's a technical. That's what they call a tactical retreat on this, isn't it? Because it's on hand.
What?
You just left me to get kicked in balls by comments on side, haven't you? When I say what about this one?
Godspeed, Andy. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, it's hand tattoo. So, and again, we can see. I can see blowouts on this. Skin on the hands, on the fingers is notoriously thin. If you're going to blow out anywhere, you're going to blow out here. And also fine line work on fingers, on the backs of the hands, especially not knowing what job you do, trying to heal them and everything. I wouldn't say it's the best of ideas. That's just in personal experience. Yes, you can do it, but as long as you explain to your client and let them choose out. But then again, saying this, it's not the most elegant tattoo to put on the back of somebody's hand. It's not ugly, but it's not elegant. That heavy black scroll work that goes down the middle finger, over the knuckles, and just above the knuckle, that leaf there is scratched in. Multiple passes, it's scratched in. I can't see the bottom of the finger down by the nail bed or anything. But no, it's... I'm not a fan of this one.
So this is your favorite piece so far, Andy?
You are?
This is your favorite one? So we said?
No chance.
I'm just kidding.
No. No chance, Dave. Because like I say, I can see blowouts.
Yeah.
I can see lines not in. I can see double bang lines down fingers. And we know hands, fingers, everything, notoriously hard to heal, keep in, and everything. Yeah. And I do say to people that are going on hands, I do give them the choice. Bold, it definitely works as bold will hold on the hands. But again, now you've moved down. I've seen that that's on nail bed. That's rough. That's on nail bed.
Yeah, I didn't even see that down there.
Yeah, they've got that dot and then 7, whatever it is, coming off.
Yeah, 7, 3, 3, and 1. Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't know. I just get the feeling that this ain't gonna stay. Yeah, for some reason, a lot of this ain't gonna stay.
No, and the spots that will stay are the spots that are like overly blown out. Unfortunately, they'll be there. And so I guess we were kind of right when we were over here. We're going, I think these lines might be blown out a little bit, trying to be a bit nice in the beginning. But as we come across here, we see maybe it started here and now we're here. This person has a lot of potential. They just got to get their line work. They got to back it off a little bit. It's being hammered in way too hard. Technically, this one has no blowouts in it. I mean, so it just needs cleaned up a bit. What is the person's name? Let me see. Joe. Overall, you just gotta work on them lines a little bit. They're a bit harsh, my friend. A bit harsh.
Yeah, Jeremy. Will Andy do a portrait challenge?
Oh, I just saw that, Jeremy.
Not a chance on skin.
Portrait challenge, boy. That's oof.
Not a chance on skin. I don't do portraits on skin. I'll do one on paper, but I don't. Which I've told you all along. I just will not do portraits on skin.
And your portrait looks nice on paper, Andy. You definitely know how to do it.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just one of them. It's never something that's bothered me. I've done illustrative portraits, characterized illustrative stuff. But as for straight up portraits, no, not for me. Won't be doing them. So
understandable.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, that script was the Articulator says the script was the best one, but still 3 years of what are they tattooing for 3 years? Oh, some people are quicker.
I disagree. I don't think the script was the best one.
Okay,
I think the frog.
They need to work on them lines for 3 years. Yeah, those lines should be, and I'm not speaking from a perfectionist point of view. My lines, they're as good as I can get them in the moment. Especially when you record your tattoos, and you go back and watch them. You're like, "Boy, that looked fantastic when I was doing it." Now I see all these imperfections. Oh, definitely weird watching. But yeah, line work. All right, 3 years. Just keep working at it. Okay. Hey, Dave and Andy, been a while since I shared something, so I thought I'd send a little fresh and healed, also a new Chucky piece from yesterday. Okay, so we're getting a fresh and healed. This was our fresh hummingbird. Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like that.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it's going to heal out nicely.
Yeah.
Well, not bad. I think a couple of these lines were put in a little hard, so they have a little little thick, but I think it's gonna last a while, especially from this spot right here. It's like, oh yeah, that's nice. That's a hummingbird. Yeah, it's a
nice use of different techniques, dot work and everything on that. Nice little left open space just to give it all on.
Yes, and it needs.
Not really going to pick on this piece. I quite like it, and I do like a nice hummingbird. So
heck yeah, yep, good contrasty piece. Oh, this is cool. I like this.
This is cool.
Yeah, like the colors in it. Yeah, the whole shooting match. Nice. Do we have another? No, he had one of this, but cool. Really dig
it. Super heavy black outline around Chucky's hair. Brilliant play is that, to make your colours pop.
Yes, yeah.
Them round knife and everything. Yep, right on. Lovely. Like this piece.
Absolutely. Nice job, man. Nice job overall. Both thank you for sending us a fresh and healed. And seems solid. Arch you later. Well, let's see what we got today. Okay. Sending my project again with tattooed one on real skin. Dave, you've asked me to try to keep it close to design.
Yep.
Okay? But I've decided to not fill the leaves and flower as it never looks good on fake skin. Okay. Gray wash was used on flower shadows, and I don't like it. Okay. Rest is dimple shading. 9-round liner, 3-round liner. The other is a new finished piece from my flash. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're looking at. Oh, okay. Oh. So I got to reread this. Gray wash was used on flower shadows, and I don't like it. All right. I think it looks nice. I don't mind. I kind of like the little bit of difference in it. I like it. But hey, that's just me. I think this piece as a whole looks cool. Yeah, as a whole, I really like this piece. Looks good. Let me see what do we got over here. We got a reference. Ba-bam, ba-bam. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she did it on iPad. She did it on iPad and sent it in the other week.
What on iPad?
That drawing. That's the drawing that she did on iPad, and she sent it to us. I think it was last week.
Oh, okay. And then she went.
If you remember, we did say to her, it'd be interesting to see how close you keep it to your actual design.
Thank you for reminding me, Andy, because that makes everything she said make way more sense now.
Yeah.
I feel bad for not even recalling. Let's take a look.
Obviously, I've sneak peeked this piece.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. One, don't follow each other on Instagram. Two, she does message for advice and send pieces in, which and to me via my Instagram, and that which I'm happy to help her out with, and that. So I have got insight on this piece.
Well, I'd like to art you later. I love what you're doing. I think the shading in here is fine. I think that's going to improve over time, but I think it looks good. What I would love to see, and it's just my opinion, when we look over here, we have this really light shade, real light. You see it in the whatever you want to call them, and then we have this overarching shade that's across here as well, which is fine. You interpret it. What we don't have here, it would be cool to see you really work with the really light shade. I would say like a 2 drop. So, I don't know what size caps you use. I use like number 17 caps and 2 drops of black, and just brush that in slowly and build up a little bit of a shade here. You could use it a little bit here. And I think you are using a light shade up in here as well, but maybe just a real light shade to cover the petals themselves, only because they're over here. Now I think they're just a slightly darker over here, but you could still use a real light shade, the same real light shade down here, and just see what it looks like and how the leaves look. Let me look at the leaves. Yeah, maybe on those as well, only because you have them in the drawing, only because in the drawing, in the design, you have a shade over top of it, but then over here, we just kind of have the stimpling. So it would be cool to see another layer added into this. And then you can, just see if you like it or not. You might be like, yeah, just hit the bricks, Dave. I don't like your idea. Totally fine. But that would be cool because it looks good in my opinion.
Yeah. What I can say on this one, and I did say it via Messenger at you later, I can definitely see.
Oh, I see what you said.
where you're struggling in areas
Oh, wait,
with
that's not hurting.
your fatter lines. You know what I mean? The bigger lines, getting out of your comfort zone than using an 081 where you're having to sculpt them lines in, or like we were talking, maybe get the round shader out for your bolder lines so that you can get them in a one shot pass. Because I can see over the top of one of your leaves and that where you've not quite got your line as smooth as you, and that is me being picky and being tough on her. Not that the line's not saturated or anything, it's just not the same qualities and consistency of line work that we've seen this person use with the finer needles. She's moving her way up to using bigger needles and mags and everything and round shaders for lining, and finding it harder now with the pressure and everything, trying to get a bigger needle to get the same saturation as a single liner.
Right.
But that's a case of sometimes you would have been better off working your way the other way around from a slightly larger liner down, because now you're having the problem, how much do I need to push on? What angle do I need to have a bigger liner at? Because a single needle, whether you have it like that, like that, like that, or like that, it's going to have no problems puncturing skin. It's just going to have no problems puncturing skin. But when you get to 9s, 11s, 9 round shaders, everything like that matters. And it gives you the consistency and line weight. But then again, what I will say, you have kept it true. It does look good. And keep up the good work.
Yeah, I really like how saturated that black is. You know, it's a tough one. All right, and then these. Now, I did actually, I saw you. I think you posted these. You did see them, but I was in the truck or whatnot. I wish I would have hit the freaking like button on them, because I think these are nice little pieces that, you know, again, saturating black is hard. I think you got it for the most part on this fake skin in these. And the dots are quite consistent, Andy. I like the dots. They're spaced nicely. I mean, the stencil is there. The dots are put in. These are small. Thank you for adding this piece, the coin, for reference. And just, yeah, this is the kind of cool stuff when you're trying to do different stuff, use different needle groupings, saturated black, high contrast. Cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that she needed to go and do, me personally, I think this would be a good morale booster for her, you know, to go back and do some of this, because this is small stuff, small needles, this, that, and other comfort zone. That it'll have been a good morale boost for her to dial it back and come back to some of this, rather than losing heart, trying to, you know, stress out, like she was saying earlier, you know, with bigger needles and getting the saturation, come back to a comfort zone and be able to do something and think to me, well, yeah, I can still do it. It's not a case I've lost it, you know, and I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, no, that's if you feel that way, if anybody feels that way, that's a normal feeling. In my opinion, that's a normal feeling of feeling that you going backwards, because that's not always the case. The case is that you've done well, and like you see the positive in what you're doing, and so you start to look to more, and that more isn't where it's supposed to be because you haven't spent as much time as you did this. It's a weird mind thing. You think you should be doing better than you are. At least that's how I feel, or all the time. So you're constantly like, oh, am I doing worse? Am I degressing? No, you're just trying more things. You're pushing the boundaries, and it takes time for those things to develop. In my opinion, that's all it's here. You're pushing into doing different things, and you're going, why am I not getting the perfect results I feel like I used to get? Or not, you're not perfect, but good results that you're like, I like that. It's because you're doing more, and you just got to keep doing more. You know, I think that's it. All right. Good job, Are You Later?
Yeah.
But yeah, even if you don't, I would love it if you just put a real light shade over it. You might hate me. You're like, dang it, I can't get this shade to be smooth. Use a large mag, a bug pin, right? If these are my needle, my curved bug pin mag, and those petals just, and just try to get that consistent hand movement. And again, you might hate it, but it's a learning thing, you know, and you can send it in and be like, aha, that looks cool, and even though you don't like it, or okay, maybe we work on that more. But it would just be cool to see more of the evolution. I get joy out of watching people progress,
Yeah.
because like the progression nowadays is very small, so it's fun to see other people and their large progressions. um Bit of my work, fake skin and real skin. Hi, Dave and Andy. I am tattooing, practicing for up to a year. I live in the UK and am self-taught tattooist. I started drawing after 40, all right, 2019, and keep drawing slash tattooing nearly every day. I would be appreciated if you could look at my design slash execution and give me constructive critique, as really needed at this stage of my career. Instagram is Mac Plomac. Okay. I would like to work as a tattooist, but don't have money to do apprenticeship in studios. I think okay, let's take a look at what you got. Not to jump through all of it, but we got a lot to look through. Thank you for the support. Thanks for sending your work in, guys. Everybody. It's important to remember that we wouldn't be able to be here taking a look at any of your work if you guys didn't have the ability to send it in, or the CUDA, or whatever you want to call it. All right, enough mambering here. I'm going to get a look at this piece.
Design's mad.
I love the design, personally.
The design is mad.
I just think this is just wild. My brain was like, what am I looking at? And then I just saw, you start to take it in. And yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's contrast-ish, which is cool. We need that. The small lines seem all right. I mean, they're not perfect, but I mean, these are some decent little runs that are all right. Little wobbles here and there, but not too bad. Oh, this is two pieces of fake skin together too.
Oh yeah, done it over.
You can see, I was thinking, what the heck's going on here? Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's pretty much. I like the black. The black seems to be saturated nicely, which is allowing these little Celtic style innards pop real nicely. A lot of times, especially when I did some Celtic in the beginning, I didn't let it breathe enough. I kept the lines too. It looks like you allowed your Celtic design to breathe nice. And
yeah, you're right, Joey. You're right. Now I'm looking at it. It's based on a coil machine.
Oh yeah, of course. This is the whole thing. This is your coil.
Amateur.
I just didn't under the mouth is pretty cool. Yeah. They've taken a coil machine and just really, I mean, other than the frame, everything else is kind of wild. I guess this does have the shape of a coil. We do have the feel of a needle here, and this would be where it plugs in. And you got your grip tightener over here and your clip cord set up over there. It is cool. All right, what else we got here? Ouch. Kind of hard to tell with this photo, Andy. Got a little bit glary.
Looks a little bit glary. It looks like to me from here, it looks like one hell of a lot of dot work.
Yeah, definitely.
Because this looks like it's done in. This looks like it's predominantly done in dot work. Maybe some lighter tone shading underneath first, and then black dots over the top. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at that black circle around outside, and it's pretty goddamn circular, and it's pretty even.
Not bad at all, huh?
And to be honest, it looks quite a bulletproof tattoo.
Yeah.
To be fair to this, and albeit that there's not a great deal to comment on, the black looks like it in. It looks like it's got a nice array of dot work.
I think they didn't. I don't think they lined this, Andy. I think they dotted around all of it. I think because it kind of looks that way, like they dotted around it instead of lined it.
Don't know,
maybe it's why it kind of looks a little patchy and stuff.
I think it's been either blood lined or lightly lined, because I can just see a
line in there.
Bit of a raised thing. But no, I think it just a bit of a banger tattoo, to be fair.
Yeah, on the chest there. I mean, that's a, and all the little symbols are crisp. They're pointed. They're.
Whoa!
What happened?
It says that's a freehand circle.
What? Nah, Joey.
Yeah, it's a freehand circle. It looks like he sharpied that on and then followed it.
Oh my! I would never. I mean,
Whoa.
it's in the chest, so it has like the weird shape of the chest. So I guess if there's a spot to freehand something, it could be there because you could miss. But that's why would you freehand the circle? Why not just stencil it?
That's mad. I'll tell you what, you've done well. If that's free-handed, you've done well.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. What do we got? Which way are we going? We're going this way. Ah. Okay. Next piece. Interesting. Wow. I like this, Andy. There's a lot of little details in here that a lot of patience. Maybe I just appreciate the patience this person had. And the thickness is a lot of bold black with some very small lining. Look at these little like honeycomb like things in the back there. I like those. Shading is pretty minimal, but it works out. This is two pieces of fake skin again, butted up against each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
definitely a different style, but I like it.
yeah, it's a striking piece, like you say, all honeycomb and everything. And I'm looking at the line work, and I'm looking at all them little parallel lines that he's got in. You know, lines through leaves. Not so much the bigger stuff. I'm looking at the smaller stuff, and it all looks to be relatively good.
Yeah,
And nice readable piece.
yeah, yep,
And
I
that,
think so. Yep, yep. Let me just scroll through here. All right, let's take a look at the next one. We do have plenty. Uh-huh. Wow. Interesting. I kind of like this. I think what's one of those moments where I think this would look better on real skin. It could
bit
look better on
brighter.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it might be a little bit bright. I think fake skin dulls your colors a little bit. But then again, I guess once a tattoo heals, those colors dull, so maybe it gives you more of a realistic look. I mean, I sometimes don't look at it that way, but it's possible.
See, I
Um,
like this piece.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think it could, if it was on the skin, it would feel a little bit more vibrant. At least when it was fresh, that is. But look, they have different colors in here too, Andy. It's like I'm sure you already know. It's not just a red. It feels like we
No,
have a little bit of a darker red down here, another shade up, even some tone going on in these little pieces. And these
yeah,
lines aren't bad either. Look at these. I mean, these are kind of quite a few lines that have to be pretty consistent. Not too bad. Cool
yeah.
stuff, man.
It's a nice piece. I mean, I'm looking in the helmet. You've got them little fine lines that's come down either side. For all intents and purposes, it's kept them pretty parallel.
Yeah.
Um, I would have only thing colour wise, and there's nothing wrong with what he's done. It's just again, what I would say is, especially with reds, use at least a 2 colour separation between your reds, because a lot of reds can look very similar. You might have a dark red and a bright red, but when you actually get them and you put them in skin, it's like, wow, they actually go in pretty close to each other. These, so if you can just get a bit of contrast in that red, but that's only me being picky on that mask. But other than that, it's a nice piece. And again, pretty much for you, this fake skin that it's got in is looking quite tanned, toned, if you want to call it.
Yeah, I think
So
you
I
can get them
think,
that tone.
yeah, I think if it had been on skin, I think it looks a hell of a lot brighter.
Yeah, but I mean, the colors are saturated nicely. It's smooth. I like it. I agree with you, Andy, 100%. Nice piece. Oh, that's cool. Different. A little bit creepy. But that thin line around the outside, that looks good. It looks spaced properly the whole way around. There's a lot of little lines. I think the lining is really improved as we've gone along here. Not that it was bad at any point. It just looks even smoother here. Um, yeah, I like this. I like it. A lot of lines,
A
which
lot of
laid out
lines.
nicely. Even these eyes. I don't like to zoom in, but I want to zoom in a little bit here.
Yeah,
Look at
all them little lines in
that.
eyes.
Is so tedious and well done. In my personal opinion, I really like it. I don't know that it's nothing my style of any way. Not something I would be totally down to wear, but I think the right person would love this. This is really
Mm.
cool. Really cool. And I guess I appreciate how much time and patience you put into that as well. Oh, here we go. I think this is the piece lined out. Yeah, definitely. Definitely digging this. I like it a lot. We already looked at the finished piece. This might have been the one we should have went the opposite direction on. So I guess I failed on that
That's
one.
pretty cool.
Yeah, this is not bad. Again, look at these fine little lines.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. The patience and the, yep. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. I don't know. Maybe the beak is probably about right. I guess I haven't looked at a lot of hummingbird beaks. I don't know if they come real pointy, but nice job, man. All right. You love doing those half and half skins, huh? Half on one skin, half on the
Yeah,
other.
making most out of that.
Yeah. Let's take a look here. I think we are going the opposite direction too, and it's still looking good even going backwards.
I like in the background how it's got one side of it all in heavy lined, and then the part is a lighter line to give the illusion of different thickness and depth.
Yeah.
In that background.
And this is something I really like, is when you do a whole thing, a piece, and then you go just around the outside and make a thick border. It's a hard thing to do because your brain goes, oh, but this line will be thicker than the inside. But no, just follow right around the outside, exactly as you've done here. And in my opinion, it might be something that people like or dislike, but I really like how that looks. Yeah, cool piece. I mean, there's a lot of contrast and then some really light tones in there, which on skin, that works really good, actually. All right. That's it. Wow. Great set of work here, from some really fun stuff to some color. You gotta go. You're gonna do just fine there. And you started drawing at the age of 40 in 2019. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Love to see it, man.
Never too old.
Never.
Never.
Let's see. We got Mark. Mark, do you say anything? No.
Right. I'll leave you with this one. Back in a minute.
Yeah, this is a nice easy one. I like it. All right. I think this is on human skin. I could be wrong. I think it is. We can kind of tell the redding and whatnot. And, it's not a complicated tattoo, but I like it. The line weight is consistent throughout. It looks like you probably used the same liner for the whole thing, and it works. It's not bad at all. Now I got nothing really to say here. I mean, you could clean up a few things, but overall, this isn't a huge tattoo, and I think it's executed pretty nicely. So good job. Wish I had more to say, but sometimes it's nothing to say. It's just do a good job. All right, Anthony Dickinson. My own design and work going through depression. I'm very sorry to hear that, Andy. It's a tough thing to go through, and these are hard times to be going through it. Holidays are rough for everybody. Well, unfortunately, man, I'm glad. I'd rather see this than maybe you like hurting yourself in any way, shape, or form. So if this gets you through that, then carry on. I think that maybe the lining might just be a little aggressive. And I think if you back it off a little bit, we see how thick some of these lines are. It's healed out. And some of those lines may have spread out a little bit more. It happens when we use too thick of a line. But overall, I definitely think that try a smaller needle grouping if you're going this harsh, because it's going to not expand as much. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of torn here on exactly what you need to do. It's hard to kind of see through here. The hair's grown over. This is fully healed. I'm not sure what this looked like fresh, but it definitely looks like you hammered in this black a bit too much. It's kind of got that chunky feel to it, which just means you may not have blown lines out, but you definitely went a little too harsh in a lot of places here. But I'm going to have to see more in order to help you along, man. There's just not a lot to see here. It's healed. I don't know what it looked like beforehand. Usually when it's fresh, you can see things a little bit better. You can tell where marks are made and where whatnot. So if you have a fresh photo of this, Andy, this healed photo would be great, because then we can look at both and say, okay, I see what you did here. We see why it healed that way or whatnot. But yeah, I guess that's about it there, man. Let's see. Yes, Smoke says right here, though. He says, fight through the depression with the end goal of being a freaking great artist. You can do it. Thank you, Smoke. That is uplifting. Hopefully, again, man, work your way through. I'd rather see you doing what you're doing right there than anything beyond that. Kane, been tattooing off and on and off for a few years, but lately my work seems to fall off. I read the word for word, so if it's wrong, my brain doesn't interpret it if your spelling's off. Part of it was my eyes were getting bad and didn't realize. The Simpson fish and wolf cover are my most recent stuff. Let me know what you think. All right. They look all right from here. What did he say? All right, we'll jump onto this one. All right, so we have these fish. This little Simpson fish. Cool character. I'm not sure where this is at on the skin, but I'm glad you sent us these 3 photos, which makes it a lot easier to see the whole thing based on an arm. It's the hardest thing trying to get a good photo on the arm. So let's just break it down. We'll start with the line work, shall we? I don't want to get too much closer. This is about as close as we're going to get here. And, it's close. In my opinion, it is close. It's easy to mess up some of these, especially when you're going from around a body part. But I think what the lines kind of bug me personally, it's a couple spots here in the eye. And then on this back here, these lines, they get a little too close to each other and it draws the eye in. So we're always trying to kind of almost trick the eye as often as possible. And so if you're going to have a line that's not the greatest, we hope that it's in a place where you don't see it. And for the most part, you have that here. A little bit of weight issues between, a little wobbling here and there. But again, I'm sure you're still in the practicing mode. Let's take a look at the black and then the shade out. Not too bad. I mean, we definitely have some whipping out. I can see exactly the direction you're going in. So like we talked about earlier, if you can switch it up a little bit, which looks like you did in some spots. And then also personally, I love using bug pins. I'm not sure if you're using them or not, but that'll help give you a little bit more of a softer drag in your needle grouping. Also, try using, and I don't know what you're using here. It looks like you're using a decent size mag, but if you use the larger mag, it's going to just give you a little bit smoother of a flow. So even in spots that I don't need to use a big mag, I will, it gives you a bit more of a softer stroke. So you can try that if you're trying to get a little bit smoother. But I think if you go over this with color, I mean, it should be good. Shade it out nicely. What else we got here? Okay. This is right on the front of the leg. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I like the color in the eyes. Looks all right. Maybe blend it just a little bit more. But the black seems to be packed in pretty good. Pretty simplistic store of tattoo. I think it's overall not bad. What else we got? Okay, I'm hoping. Yeah, I think you took it from this to this. Jeez Louise, though. This is on the left. I know they didn't do this one. I'm pretty sure they didn't do it. But dang, man, that's an interesting looking animal there. I think they did a good job of taking it from that to that. I'll maybe work the background a little bit more. Maybe work the trees a little bit more, but not bad for a fix on that, in my opinion. Aha. I like this. Just looking at it without getting into any of the weeds, I like this tattoo. It's bright. It's colorful. Again, I like this tattoo. Let's just get just slightly closer. Most of the lines are pretty good. I think we got to blow out a couple here and there, but there's a few. But with the color packed in there, the eye is not so drawn to every little imperfection. Yeah, I like this piece. What do you think about this one, Andy? I like this one.
Yeah, I like this. Good use of colour. It's a striking piece. And
the lines are healed, I think they said. That's cool then. If they're healed, that's good. It's even better. But yeah, there's definitely a few blowouts. But again, yeah. Go ahead, Andy. Sorry, I was just bringing up that they said it was healed. Okay.
It's
nice stuff, man. Nice stuff.
It's nice and striking. It's bright. It's vivid.
Yeah.
It's looking okay.
Cool stuff, Kane. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for letting us look at your work, man. And to everybody who sent stuff in, thanks for letting us check out your work. All right. What do we got? I have gotten tattooing 1 year ago. I want to learn and get better every day. Some advice would help me. Thank you. You can check my IG for more. Moment tattoos. Whatever. I can't read very well, guys. Come on now. Sorry, I forgot to add my last ones from this month. The first ones are through the process. All right. So we'll come up here. I guess we'll just scroll across. All right. We got a lighter. Yeah. Not too bad. Pretty simplistic piece here. It looks like the little bit of a blur on it, but I think this line is good enough to make it last. A little bit of red. Yeah, it's not bad, Andy. I don't have anything.
Yeah, not bad. There's not much to critique and comment on that one. The lines look pretty much in quality at photos, not the best.
Yeah, yeah,
out, that's it. So it's a little hard.
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, this looks cool from here. Oh, this is. Yeah, I often speak too soon, but it looks cool. I like it. And from here, it looks good. I'm sure there's some imperfections, but the important thing is when you look at a piece from like the viewing distance you would be there. I mean, this is realistically probably where you're going to be. Maybe more on me. I mean, zoom it in a little bit for you guys at home there. Maybe about right there, right? But from here, it looks good. The blacks are popping. The lines look pretty good. And then we'll just like to put that out of the way first. Like, I think it looks good. I think now we can zoom in just a little bit. And seems like a couple of these lines might still be going in a little bit hard. But overall, I think it's cool. What do you think of the hand, Andy? Hands are always
hands are always a good question out there. I mean, overall, I don't think it's too bad. I quite like the thumb.
Right.
Where I do have just looks a little bit weird is the finger that's bent over. It looks a little bit squared on, just a bit square, straight cut. Yeah, just cut straight across the top. Looks a bit weird. That could be reference. But overall, they haven't really done a bad job with this because we've seen some bad hands.
Yeah, this is definitely on the better side. And that is one of the hardest things is to not get a flat hand and those fingers bending.
Yeah.
And for the most part, that was the one thing I still too. I was like, But again, I think overall you're going to look at it and go, oh, I see what that is. That's cool. A few little things. But I think the harsh lines might be some. But everywhere where it's super visible, it's good. Just tucked back in here, it looks like we got a little harsh in lines.
We've got somebody on. Just a quick one, just as a thing. Got somebody on here. Thoughts on numbing cream? This is the one I had with all the blowouts on was done on numbed skin. Had such a hard time. Well, I get clients to use numbing cream all the time, especially if it's the first tattoo or it's somewhere rough, this, that, and other. And I have never, ever, ever, ever in my tattooing career ever had a problem with numbing cream or it affecting the skin or anything. And that, as a tattoo artist, you should be able to see blowouts with these. Whether the skin's numbed, because the skin is only numbed for the client.
Yeah.
So they don't feel it. You can still see. You're not tattooing somebody by the pain they feel. You're tattooing somebody by what you can see going on with your needle in the skin. You know yourself, Dave, you hear the note of your machine change and things like that. So I never ever blame numbing cream for anything like that. I'll be honest. And I tell my clients all the time, if they're a bit iffy, get numbed up because you're going to sit there a lot better. You're not going to move around. You're not going to wriggle around, say it hurts, whinge, whine, bitch, or whatever. You're just going to be more comfortable, which then makes it a lot easier for me to tattoo you.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Andy. I mean, there was a time not that long ago where I was told that, hey, it affects the tattoo. I heard just people, wherever they be on Facebook, wherever the heck, like, where do you hear stuff? You don't know, you just hear it. And so I was always kind of pushed back against numbing cream because I was like, no, it supposedly affects the tattooing process. But in the recent times, I had clients use it, and I have no problem whatsoever tattooing with it. Now I'm like, oh, where do you want that tattoo? Hey, I would suggest, hey, don't try to be a tough guy here. Put some numbing cream on, because would prefer you to lay smoother, be more comfortable. Then I can do my job a little bit better. So I'm totally for numbing cream. I hate to say it, but I am with Andy. Not to hate to say it, I'm with Andy, but I hate to say it, but the numbing cream is not the excuse, you know what I mean, that we like to give it. If you're relying on the client to say, oh, that hurts or that doesn't, that's not a good thing either,
No,
I'm with you, Andy. It doesn't affect me at all. I prefer it because it allows the client to relax a little bit more, which just allows the whole process to be a little bit. Now, people will say it lasts freaking 4, 5, 6, whatever many hours it says. I think that's all rubbish. I've used every kind. Truly, you get about 2 hours tops. I guess that's personally, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty much been the consensus across the board, has been about 2 hours tops.
Yeah, I sell loads of numbing cream. We spoke about this the other week. We spoke about it off camera
last Sunday.
Yeah, I sell loads, and I mean loads of numbing cream out of our shop, and loads of client. And somebody's just put in comment, and I can't remember who it is who put in comment. It's all right using it, but when it wears off, they feel all of the pain of the tattoo in one go. That is total horse shit. Unfortunately,
it's a slow
because it wears off gradually. Does numbing cream, because it works on absorption. And if you know how the numbing cream works, you will know how the effect of the numbing cream wears off. So it doesn't. So the pain will gradually come in to the point that then after a while, they do get to a point that, yes, I have been tattooed. It does feel like a bad sunburn and this, that, and other. It doesn't just, the cream just doesn't magically switch off. And if you've been getting tattooed for 5 hours, you get 5 hours worth of tattoo pain. It doesn't work like that. The composition of the cream doesn't allow that to happen.
Right. Well, I hope that helps some people, because I truly recall not wanting to use it because I thought, hey, it's supposedly going to make my job worse or make the tattoo suffer. No problem. So, and plus, like I said, Andy, you sell it there. You know all about it.
Yeah.
What do you think, Andy? I'm not a huge fan of this one.
I'm not a fan of the design.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that was the part that caused it to kind of, because this blade, the way it's done, it looks like it's supposed to intentionally have this sort of imperfect style to it. And I don't know if the circle, maybe the location of that circle, no matter how you look at it, it's always going to feel a little off because it's in so many different spots, I think.
Yeah, it's in one of them spots on your arm. Take it photograph. No matter where you do, you're going to rotate a muscle, so it's going to twist out. It's never going to look as intended. I'm not a fan of the design. It's quite heavy. Whether it's a photo, it looks quite detailless.
Yeah.
And the blade, the bottom half, the line on the bottom of the blade, whether it's intentional, looks fine, but the top of the blade to the right hand side, the line at the top looks weak. I won't say it's not put in, doesn't look, it just looks weak in comparison to the line at the but there's not a right lot on this one, and with how far you are away from photograph and how it's been taken, again, there's not a right lot where you can get in close enough to critique this one, Dave. Properly.
Yeah, this is as far as it'll let me zoom in. And yeah, I definitely think smaller would have been smarter here for sure. Let's see what we got. Oh, we were going the wrong way. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, we got a tiny little flower here. You know what? Let's see. This one doesn't look like there's any no blowouts that I can see. It's small, so I'm going to go ahead and say the lining looks pretty decent overall. This light shading, I'm imagining, is a little hard, but I think when it heals out, That'll turn into a little bit of a nice soft gray and should look even better when it heals, I think, this one.
Yeah. It's a nice small tattoo.
Yeah.
The shading that he's put in, I agree with you, Dave. It's probably it looks like he's used a really light wash.
Yeah.
And gone over it a few times with a bit of redness and everything. But generally, I quite like, and I like how clean he's got the stem. That single line stem with them tiny little thorns coming off it. It's a nice, clean little stem. And I wouldn't say with any faltering in the line work. Yeah. If anything, I would just say it probably just the shading. See how the shading actually, healed out. I'll be quite interested to see that.
I agree. I agree. All right. Well, let's see. Visually, I think it works. If it was just in passing, it's like, yeah, okay. From there, anyhow, I guess maybe it's just some of the mid-tones, just kind of feel a little patchy. I don't know if that's me or not, but just kind of where there's supposed to be these lighter tones, they just kind of feel a little patchy, I guess is all. I can't really get too close to this one to see the lines. I'm not a big fan of these right here. And again, maybe that's supposed to have that sort of broken, imperfect look. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's supposed to, but maybe it is. I feel like the shading is just a little lacking here. That's all. The linings actually, even though it kind of confused me at first and I thought I wasn't a big fan of some of them, like the teeth have nice points on them. There's a lot of lines throughout the face and they seem relatively consistent-ish. I think the problem is just the shading around the lines, all the lip bits here. I don't know. Maybe they could be smoothed out a little bit. What do you think, Andy? Are we
this one's looking a bit lost all over. There's areas that could be smoothed out. Line work's not the best on this one. I'll be honest. It's a bit all over the place. And then mid-tones, especially down side, you've got dark either side of it and some mid-tones that just need smoothing out and it needs some more separation. I don't know what it is. It just don't seem to read well and sit well with me, don't this? This design for some reason. I think it could do with a lot more work and it could do with a lot more thought and tones and definition. In it.
Yeah.
Can I just clear some up in comments?
Yeah, go ahead, Andy. If there's anything,
I've got somebody in comments that are on about etching lines. Right, etching lines, and they don't know what they're on about, or the dot thing. Etching lines, right? It's a trick they used to call, and it bloodlining, Dave.
Right.
Now it's all right, bloodlining. Basically, you take your cartridge, dip it in some water, run it dry, no ink in it, go over your lines, and it's like what it says. It creates a bloodline. It's just an empty line. Go over your stencil and it'll just create a red line of blood. That's it. The only problem with using that, which is fine, the only problem with using that, but you've just got to remember you've been all over your client's tattoo and bloodlined that. So as you come back down to the bottom and start lining it again, depending on how big it is, they're already sore. And it can start making it uncomfortable for your client when you start going back over it. So that is an issue. It's a trick that they used to use a lot of at one point was bloodlining, and they now seem to have come away from it for that reason. And because, like I say, you've already worked your client's skin, then you're having to go back over and work it again. And then if you need to go back over, so you've got an extra pass over your client's skin, which is already giving you irritation, and think it's not the best practice. In my opinion, people have got their own opinions, but in my opinion, it's not the best practice to do. I have done it myself at a point where I've been coming up a stencil, and let's say that I've noticed that the stencil's getting a bit weak or it's going to start coming off, but I haven't wanted to start that part. I've quickly bloodlined it. But sometimes then again, instead of bloodlining it, I will use a 1-drop ink and go over it just in case client taps out or whatever. I know there's a light line in there, my stencil's in, and I can come away from it, you know, knowing that if he wants to go home, I'm booking 4 weeks later, that I can get straight on and pick up where I left off. But that's what it is. Etching, it's bloodlining.
Well, let's see. Yeah, Smoke Weed got rid of the girls 18 site. He called him. What did he get rid of the virgin spammer there? Yeah, you get at least one a session. I don't understand why that is a thing, but yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this particular piece here, and somebody's told me what they saw down here. Yep, now that you said it, I can't unsee it. But the problem for me is there's some of this is good. Like actually, some of this is not bad. I actually like the face and whatnot. Some good stuff happening here. The things I personally wish could be a little bit better would be the lining in the hair here. There's just a lot of it, and where it is could be a little bit smoother. It just seems a little hesitant and what have you. And then the shading in the midtones, like I like the dark, I like this what you have here with the stipple and the light bits, but like up around the cheeks and whatnot, up in here, I just kind of feel like it's a bit splotchy. And I know those midtone shading is a tricky thing, so maybe just kind of hone that in a little bit while continuing to try to work on the lines, because it seems like some of them you get, some of them you don't, some of them you go over a few times, smooth out, and some of them work, but overall that shading is still going to need a little bit more work. Anyhow, that's my thoughts on it. Andy, what you got anything?
Yeah, I'm pretty much you. I mean, the shading that's in there does need work. It needs smoothing out. Some of the and with you, Dave, I mean, some of the lines are decent,
right? Some
of the lines are faltering badly, and then you've got right over top in between the horns on the top of the head that curve and them lines that are coming down, they look to be absolutely drilled in.
Yeah,
them ones. Some of the shading is weak, but also for this piece, the lack of shading, where you could have punched a bit more black in and gone for then whipped out into mid-tones just to give it that little bit more depth. Definitely. I think would have improved this piece a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
But they're just going to have to keep working on it. Well, yeah, they're just going to have to keep working.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I hope this isn't. Hopefully you just hear on this blanket for the photo, but if you
don't look like it,
tattooing at home or anything, try to be smarter about it. Hopefully it's just for the photo, right? I'm not here to judge you on that or judge you in any way, shape, or form. Just sort of, giving you some advice there. All right, so there's some fake skin work. The line work looks pretty dang good on the fake skin.
Yeah.
I don't know which came first, these ones or the other ones. I would hope these and then there, so you can see it's, lining on skin is definitely a lot harder, but will come with time. Other than that, I wish there were actually more places of solid black in this to separate stuff.
But this is the best piece I've seen.
Yeah, definitely.
I actually like it. Yes, there could have been some more solid darking, but the lines are a lot better. The execution of the piece is far superior on this fake skin to the skin work. And the overall look and the composition of the tattoo is nice.
Gotcha. Let's see. I like this one too. I like the shading they have in the heart and the little bit coming up the cross. I mean, the flame, and then overall it's not bad. I mean, crosses kind of stink because you can see the imperfections in them when they're supposed to be symmetrical. That would be the only thing I'd pay attention to, is just take a little extra time when you're doing symmetry. Some of these lines, if in the skin, may have been blowouts. They look even harsh in fake skin.
Yeah.
This is going to be a personal thing, but it does kind of fit this. It's got like an old school style, which is classic, but I'm not a fan of these flowers right here. They tattooed me all the time in the shop a long while back, and I just got so tired of seeing these flowers. But anyhow, All right, Salty's up next. The Flash on cheap ash fake skin. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of values here. I like that we got some real light tones up in the face. I like this dark under the chin. That's cool. I wish we carry a little bit more dark, just a little bit. You know, I see you. I like that you have it in like all these little spots, but maybe just carry it on a little bit further. But again, I don't know what the reference looks like. It is always easy to go, hey, you should have done this, but then you're just looking at the reference going, oh, I didn't see that. So I'm not going to do that. Or maybe just make these a little bit darker here. Shading in fake skin is definitely a tricky thing because it definitely ends up kind of getting that splotchy-ish look. But I think you're riding a hairy line there. I don't know. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, how are you? Shading in the fake skin, and they said it's cheap ass fake skin. So
Yeah,
you're shading on cheap ass fake skin, it's going to be absolute purgatory. You're not going to get it in. I wouldn't even bother with cheap ass fake skin because it's going to be counterproductive against you trying to progress yourself, because you're just going to beat yourself up for it not looking right and not saturating right into there. I can see you've tried putting the values in where they need to be put in, but then again, they've not gone in properly, but that could be down to the fake skin. What is bugging the hell out of me with this one, Salty, is that left eye. It looks like he's got a glass eye.
Right here, you're right.
Yeah, compared to his right eye, his left eye, and that's a design thing. It looks like it's like, wow, that is his left eye, you know, looking at you.
Well, what we're actually looking at, I think, would be like somewhere over here. But it's domed out. Yeah, it's a bit tricky.
It is, but there again, what I do like is I like the softness is got round the mouth, the lips.
Right. Yeah, we get shape there.
Yeah, it's got that softness. It's not taking a hard black liner and just lined the hell out of them lips.
Right. Yeah.
And everything at same round nose and flare on side at nostril. It's not just taking a hard round liner and gone round it. He's actually taking the time to see and shade.
Right.
But it is his downfall on this one is he's done this piece on cheap ass fake skin. He's on a hiding to nothing before he starts.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, man. I think that's really good. I like this portion right here. My favorite portion is probably right in here. And I know it's weird, but I feel like we have the most tonage. Like we have our mid darks are in there, and the dark blends out smoothly into a mid tone. Kind of in here. Up here, I wish this was a bit more smooth across here. You know, maybe carried a bit more, maybe a bit darker here, or blend that out a little bit more. I don't know. I feel like it could have gone a little bit further, but it's just my opinion. And I'm sure, you know, anybody can look at anybody's stuff and find things they would do differently. But yeah, right on. Jace. All right. Playboy Jace on YouTube. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Watching the stream right now. I just started tattooing this past week. Okay. I've been watching your videos for a couple years now, and I finally made the decision to grab my gun and start practicing. I have a lot of work to be done before I can start on some real skin, but just wanted some options on my first few test tries. I find images with more detail have been easier for me rather than small designs that are simple. Referencing to the Playboy bunny I sent. If you see this, I appreciate taking the time to view my attempts. All right. Do we have one piece? We have many pieces. Okay. We're going to go. I guess we'll start here. Oh, that zoomed in fast. Okay. Well, we definitely have some cheap fake skin. This is some tough stuff to work on. So you're kind of giving yourself a hard way to go right off the bat here. The lettering around here, it's not saturated, right? So, and it's a, you know, it's a little wobbly, but it's practice. It's okay, I guess. It's just not saturated properly enough. Similar down here. I mean, the black's not saturated, right? But again, it's hard to get anything even close on this fake skin. So I would definitely suggest just moving on from this fake skin because your results are limited unless you really, really take your time. definitely think you're right off the bat trying to do too much. I think it's normal for like to immediately get into something and just kind of want to test the waters of everything, test the waters of shade and lining, coloring, and I don't think you really need to worry too much about it right now. What 1 week wouldn't really worry too much about shading. I would keep it to lining and maybe pack and black would probably be the best things to work on here. And the lining definitely needs more work, but we have a few more pieces to go through, so we'll see. Any thoughts here, Andy? Before we
Yeah, I mean, concentrate on your line work. Cheap ass fake skin, not going to do anything for you. I can see in the line work where you've written Playboy that something's not working for you, because in areas it looks like it's done by a old dot matrix printer. You know, you can just see where it's in, it's out, it's in, it's out, you know,
right,
and it's not saturated. Before you start getting ahead of yourself, just line work, line work, line work. Then practice some small areas of saturating. Learn to walk before you run.
Yeah.
But you're only a week in. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Don't get disheartened. Get yourself some better skin and then work out from there.
Definitely. Okay. Let's see. We're doing this would be, I would consider this a simplistic piece. So, I mean, we go from this bit of nonsense here to at least you're trying to put something together here. And there's a couple lines I like. This line under the chin here, this line, those lines that seem to be probably done in a single pass and they're nice. When you go over your lines, if you don't have real decent accuracy, you'll thicken them up, make it a little more obvious. I think this is an improvement. I see they've tried to do some shading in here, and I would still just I wouldn't worry about that too much now. Take my opinion and throw it out the window if you want. Totally fine. I just think that you should just focus in on the lining for now. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, again, focus on your line work. You can see where he's gone over this a few times, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it again. Go around your piece. If you're using a 7, 9, 11, whatever it is that you're using to go around your piece with, go around it. If you've missed some lines or your lines aren't as heavy or as even as you want, try not to go back over a 9-round line with a 9-round liner, because trying to hit that line absolutely bang on every single time, slightest movement and you're getting a double banged line. Drop it down to a 7 or even a 5. You'll put it in, it will look the same. Yeah. And you've got wiggle room on your line. You're less likely to have that little step or, jut on your line. Drop it down a size if you need to touch your line in. You've just got that little bit of margin for error. And over the years, that's what I found seems to work. If you're a little bit light on a line when you've wiped all your tattoo down after it's been lined, this, that, and other, and you go through and check it, and you've been using a 9-round line there, and you need to touch a line in, grab a 7, go in with a 7, touch them over with a 7. You've got an ever so small margin for error.
Right on. Okay, I think we saw this one in the first shot. Not again, similar, same stuff. The line work in this one's probably, I prefer it more in this piece. So not the biggest fan. Again, the shading, we kind of talked about this in the first one. So I think that kind of sums it up. But yeah, I mean, you're only a week in, man. You're only a week in. So you just got to do more of it and maybe try to get a better skin, or keep the skin and just try to get your work as good as you can on this, and then maybe try a different fake skin. But excuse me, I think the liner that you're using, the thickness of it is good. It's not too small. It doesn't seem too big. So I would maybe keep that same thickness and work on pieces, small pieces. I only say small pieces because you get to try to execute one small piece as clean as you can, move on to another one, build that confidence up, and then just, grow it a little bit over time. And don't get too wrapped around all the extra stuff, the shading, all that jazz.
Yeah.
Just really hone in on that and feel good about that, and then grab a little bit and bring it in. Because if you do all of it at once and you're unhappy with all of it, you're just going to get in a hot mess. And, but keep at it, Jace. All right, Jesus. Hey, my name is Jesus. I'm a truck driver. I've recently got inspired to start tattooing. I only have a day or two a week to practice, but when I do, I practice a lot. That's cool. This is 7 days in second tattoo practice skin, 2 pictures, one with flower shading, the other without, to see which one looked better. I love your opinions. All right, we'll start at this one. Wow. Not bad for a very short period of time.
Second
Especially looking at
tattoo.
it from here. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing. The only things, remember, I like to just point out things that pop out. You know, if you go too deep, you know, it's no big deal. There's just a couple things that pop out, and I hate these lines and tattoos as well. This one right here, and this one over here. So those are the only 2 things, main things that really that jump out. But I like the lining overall. It seems consistent throughout. The shading is not bad again for the short period of time. Not bad. I think it'll smooth out over time. It's a little, feels a little one notey, but again, it works in this because we have dark and open skin. I wish there was a bit more black, but we might see that in the next one. I don't know. Those are my thoughts, Andy. Just like to dish them
Yeah, I
out.
mean, this person's, what is it, second piece, so many days in. I mean, look, for what it is, I mean, the lining's not bad at all. It's, and I'm in agreement with you, the shading is not the best. This is what he's got to figure out now. Is shading to get dynamics into his tattoo. Because I honestly think that the lining isn't bad. I'd be interested to see the next piece, you know, piece in where he's gone from here. If it is the same piece and he's taking it to the next level.
Yeah, for sure.
I just hope that he hasn't gone the other way then and gone too much and killed it. You know, put too much shading in and absolutely killed it.
Then I like what some of the people are saying in the chat here. Joey said some really great things. Vape Star, there's so many people that will tell you that you can't do it. Just practice as much as you can and keep learning every single day. And then also Joey Boy said, I'm self-taught and people laughed when I said I wanted to do tattoos. Just keep learning and practicing. You'll get there. So, and I think it's 100% true, guys. Even the whole way through your process will always be somebody that try to take your joy, try to, you know, push you back for whatever reason. The best advice I can give you is to just keep going. Don't compare yourself to other people. Very, very hard thing to do. See your ups, see your downs. Just keep working at it. And you know what I mean? Use people putting you down to motivate you to get better. And I'm not saying, I hope that in no way, shape, or form are we putting anybody down by doing what we're doing. But I'm just saying, if you feel a certain way or anything like that, or you see yourself, just keep going at it. Definitely, definitely good advice, guys. And thanks for being so positive in the chat.
That's it. I mean, it's like we said before, Dave. Anybody can learn anything. The difference is we all learn at a different speed and a different rate.
Right.
That's why you cannot compare yourself to anybody else. I mean, I don't know whether you remember him. That Joey Boy is on here. He's just, like I said, he's self-taught. And you go check his workout.
He's fantastic.
It's amazing. You go find his work. Go find it on Insta. It's amazing. And he's self-taught.
And you know, Joey Boy, I was talking to him. And if we are, just so people know, see who we're talking about. He works 1 day a week. This isn't even his full-time gig. And I think that's phenomenal because he's been able to, I'm just speaking for you in a way, Joey. You've been able to achieve a dream, maybe, I'm assuming, right? And do it at a pace that works on your own and do really, really good work.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. You know, I'm inspired by him as well. And I hope that, and I think it's so humble of him to be here lifting other people up.
It is. I mean, we've seen people on here and people say, well, can you critique my work, this, that, and other? And I'm like, damn, you're better than me. I haven't got the right to critique your work.
So many people are better than us, man.
Yeah, I mean, we've all got different styles. That's the thing about tattooing. Everybody's got a different style. You might put 10 people in a room that all do black and grey, but out of them 10 people, you'd be lucky if 2 of them are doing the same style, if any.
Right.
Do you understand what I mean? You've always got, because tattoo, even though it's tattooing, once you've learned, it's your way of expressing yourself and creating your style of art on somebody's skin. And that's why they come to you, because they like your style of art. Yeah. And that's why you should never compare yourself to anybody.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, you just gotta keep at it. Absolutely. All right. Well, I prefer it before it was shaded. I don't take anything away from it. I liked I liked this, but I do like, actually, Andy, I like what they did. I think they shaded. No, maybe not. Maybe they put a little bit more shading in some of the other leaves. I like that bit of darkness they may have added in this one. I wish was in this one, which might be there. It might just be with the lighting. Yeah, not a big.
And with you, I prefer the first picture, because the second picture, even it's like what I was saying. I hope they haven't gone over the top. Well, they have gone over the top and made it monotonal. They've made it monotonal this way, even though, yes, there's different amounts of shading in it and different shades in it. The fact that they've shaded every single square centimetre of this piece has taken it too far. They've not left any open space. And I think the previous one looked better with more, even as it won't finish, more open space in it, Dave. That's my personal thought.
I do want to answer Wheelchair Mafia, because I agree 100% what you're saying, but I think I know what we're saying, though. You said you should be able to do more than one style. They don't come to specific artists for a certain style until years into career or a celebrity artist. And I agree. Me and Andy are so on board with exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
I think what Andy's saying is that me and Andy could do the same tattoo and they're going to look totally different. Or no, maybe not totally different, but they're going to look different because we just put marks in the skin differently. I might shade stuff. My gray wash might be different than Andy. So we're going to make different tattoos while making the same tattoo. And I think that's part of the reason why we did the tattoo challenge, just to prove that point, you know? So, but no, you are right, Wheelchair Mafia. I agree. That's what we encourage a lot here, is to don't get stuck into one style, because then you're only stuck, you know, especially when times get hard and they're like, you're attending to one little niche group. So if you can broaden that, definitely. And then at the same time, you can have like a type that you like to do and your favorite, and you like to push people that way while still doing everything. All right. So anyhow, what's up, Andy?
No, just a quick Romeo Reyes side note. I'm an English major. It tickles me how Brits spell things like practicing and apologies. Andy, just quickly shout out, it's aluminium.
I see why you were laughing. Say it, Andy, again.
Yeah, now what would you call it, Dave?
Aluminum.
Yep, aluminium. And you call it aluminum.
Yup, aluminium. I used to watch, well, everybody watched Mythbusters. That was probably my favorite word they would, was it Mythbusters? No, maybe it wasn't that. Somebody I watched and they would always say aluminium. I was a kid and you just thought, what are they, do they not understand this? Come to find out, I think it's no, that's actually accurate. All right, cool. Aluminium.
It's the little things that make you laugh.
It is, man. All right, so let's see. Nathaniel. Okay. My 1.5, 1.5 year progress, some critiques would be awesome. All right. Well, Andy, left or right? Where are we going to start?
Let's go from right backwards.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. All right.
Is this a rework?
I'm not sure. No. Excuse me. I think they're two separate tattoos. Yeah, on two different people. They're supposed to be like matching. Look at the jeans. Girl on the left, guy on the right.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
my assumption. It kind of has that sort of feel in the jeans. I like the guy's one a lot more.
Yes.
The girl one, they use this. The shading just kind of doesn't feel, or yeah, I don't know, the lining even around the feet and stuff. Or on the guy one, I just like this one a little bit more. Has more depth. Seems a bit more connected. The head seems like it's floating from the body. That might be a design. Obviously, they're both kind of that way, but this one just feels a little more disconnected. But
yeah, the one on the right to me looks more finished than the one on the left. And without you pointing the jeans out, originally I was looking at it thinking, has he reworked that one?
Yeah, but then you look at the feet.
The cross on the head's different now. You look at it a little bit more, and you can't see the tongue. The one on the left to me doesn't look finished. It looks lacking in something. The one on the right looks more finished and more of a finished piece that somebody would walk away with. I'm totally not a fan of the one on the left.
Yeah, but the one on the right, you know what? It's kind of cool. Might have little imperfections. I think maybe even the cross in the head might be pushed in a little hard. Yeah, but it works a heck of a lot better. Well, let's move across. I think we got a few to go through, so get across. Okay. I don't know. If this is intentional, so be it. But I don't. It looks messy. It looks like, yeah, okay, yeah, the lines aren't quite fully in there. It just it's not doing it for me.
No, I mean, I'm agreeing with somewhat lacking. It looks a little bit lacking in something.
Yeah,
and I can't put my finger. I don't know whether anybody in chat can see it.
Yeah,
who knows what it is. It's just lacking in something.
Yeah.
I just cannot put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's the legs, where they're just shaded straight across them, or what. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see.
I hard to comment on this.
Nathan. Okay, Nathan, I got you. And Nathan said, I lost it. Oh, I lost it. Where'd it go, Nathan? Here we go. Nathan said, there is 3 tattoos at the start of my journey and 3 recent ones, also drawing only 6 months longer than tattooing. Okay. So maybe we are looking at the 3 older ones. So let's see. Yeah, there's 6. Oh, well, I like this one.
This one's better.
Yeah, and I can get close. Maybe we'll see some things from here. It looks really cool. You can get a little closer. I love that thick line around there. The contrast is great. Even I really like the back, how it's like, yeah, it's dotted. There's like a gap here and kind of dots out, or maybe whip shades out or something. And then we have these feet, and yeah, I love all the
I like how it's got that, and it's simple and it's random and it's not structured, but I like how it's managed to get that texture on, like the lizard's back, just down his leg. But it works. It works. You just get that feel of texture.
Yeah, definitely like this one, man. Super cool. I think anybody would be happy to wear that one, I think. Oh, I like your style. Oh, I like this a lot. I don't even care for, what the imagery is. It just looks cool. I love the depth of these, like, clouds or whatever it is they're walking through. I mean, I feel like I can look into this tattoo because of the layers that were put into that. On the dark, I like this a lot, man. A lot of texture going on, clean black work, this stippling or dot or whatever you got going on down here. Love the smoothness of this. So, man, I'm digging this.
It's a nice piece. It's a nice piece. Is this? It's heavy black, thick, super thick black lines. It's got that like stipple shading, rake line shading, and it's got some blacks. That I always done the right hand, where it's just black and it's like scribbled in, so it's super black. That's quite a cool effect that he's managed to pull. That is pulled off there. I do like this. It's a nice piece.
Yeah, nice job. Nice job. Let's take a look at the next one. Oh, this is cool too. A bit more going on. We have even lighter shading here. Yeah, I mean, definitely liking this one. Let me get a little closer.
I'm starting to get worried to think about this person. All his pieces are like all horrified, dark. I'm just wondering if in his spare time he bites heads off chickens and sleeps in a coffin. You know what I mean? It's one of them things. But again, another cool piece. I like it.
Yeah.
Dot work, heavy line work, nice directional stipple shading.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So you get the flow of everything that's going round and the direction that everything's going in.
Yeah, very, very cleanly done. Very clean. And okay. And then we're on to the last one
Well,
here.
this is my least. This is probably my least favorite.
Yeah, a little different. Which what would have made this cool? A thick black line.
Yeah,
throughout, like just really push and pull with your your line weights like we have here. We have, I mean, I don't feel like this is different from the other ones. So yeah, but still, at the end of the day, it's a cool tattoo. I don't think there's anything horrible at all. It was just cool looking at a few of them other ones, going like, oh yeah, and this is nice as well. But good on you, man. Good on you. Year and a half. I think you're doing good.
Year and a half, doing well. You seem to have found your little niche of stuff that you like to do.
Yeah,
and it's working. It's working for him. Good on him.
He's really into the spooky stuff.
Yep.
That works, man. That works. Okay, we got another batch here. Tattoo critique, Mr. Blazingford. So what was that? Blazington 420. Very creative. A long time subscriber. Appreciate it, man. Love watching our videos. Finally decided to submit some recent work I've done. I've been tattooing myself and my loved ones over the last few years on and off. Definitely trying to get more into it. The Ani mask is one I did on my hand and some small fillers on the same arm. The fox and squirrel along the rabbit are some that I did on my longtime girlfriend. Eventually, the plan is to watercolor the entire sleeve once all the main outlines are done. Love the videos. Keep them coming. Great work. Thank you, Spencer. All right, Andy, what are you going to do? Tap your bottom, man.
Top left.
Top left. Here we go. Okay. Okay. We have to get a little closer just so we can see. Yeah. Okay.
It's
I just feel like some of the lines are just a little,
lacking.
Yeah. There's just the crispness, I will say the depth seems right. Like the darkness of them seems pretty good. It might just come down to a bit more of control over, those movements. It's not easy. We're constantly trying to improve on it, and there is no easy answer. Sometimes it's the hard thing about this. It's not like it's a one size fits all. The black kind of needs a bit more saturation. I mean, these ears aren't too bad from up here and kind of coming down, not too bad. But the saturation is definitely lackluster, and it's just not quite. It's not quite there.
They're not smooth out the lines. They're not, like you said, they're not crisp as some of the lines that have not been got. They've been over a couple of times. Top leaf, the big top leaf, again, right hand side of it, center rib. You've gone around and put a line in, and then you've dropped a right clanger and then dropped another line underneath it, and you've got that line that scoops up and then another line underneath it. So you've got a false line in there, which is, unless you're going to put some heavy black in off there to hide that, it's not going to, you're never going to hide that. Some of the little bits of black shading you've got in is just scratched in, and I don't know with this, some of the areas with this one, if they would actually heal right 100%, because some of them just look a little bit scratched in.
I will say though, to encourage this person, and who knows, maybe we'll get through the work and be like, wow, geez, they figured it out all on their own. But my first couple tattoos, while not this big, looked like this. They had this same look, and it just couldn't figure it out, and it just took time, I guess. So, don't be. I'm not sure. Maybe it's supposed to be this little knife. I think it is. All these little tiny characters. Oh boy. The black looks a bit more saturated, but yeah, they're using such tiny needles here. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of all of these.
I'm not the biggest fan of these, and the line work's not.
Yeah.
It's not great. It needs work. They need work.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and so we're tattooing a thumb.
And this is probably the best one. This is probably the best one I've seen out of the three so far.
It's gonna say the same thing, and it's on a thumb of all places too. Yeah. You're like, okay, all right, okay. Well, let's let's go across. Let's go through this journey. Oh, okay, this from here, this looks better. I don't know. Let's just see when I get a little bit closer. But at least my eye is. Oh, okay. Well, from back there, it was looking better. I think we are. You could tell either you're trying to get a thicker line or you're trying to clean some lines up. But just
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of has the same feel as the
struggling.
other ones, just rushed maybe, or I
Yeah,
don't really know.
struggling with line work. I think you're going to benefit from a few line work exercises on fake skin, unfortunately, just to get the feel. And when you do them on fake skin, put something soft underneath it, some foam or over a roll of kitchen roll, so it mimics skin. So you'd have to hold it with your left hand if you're right-handed, and do that. So you got a bit of bounce, because they're just not quite clean. They're quite scratched, and like you say, Dave, I've had to go over them a couple of times, some of them.
Yeah.
And they're not smooth.
No, and it's like you have potential. You just I think somebody said you just take a little bit more time in them. You can see the potential in it. But like Andy or Smoke said, you might want to be careful. You might run out of skin to practice on. But it's your skin. You do what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's another shot of that one. Hard to see here. I think still the lining. It's just not quite on par, but at least it's not blown out. It doesn't appear to be blown out. The little black that you have in there seems to be saturated pretty good. The red, you'll know when this heals. Whether it really took. It seems okay, but photos can be deceiving at times. Oh, we got a little fireman here. Yeah, this one's better, but I'm not sure if you're just doing tattoo after tattoo, if you're, working anything out, anything specific. I don't know. Let's see here. Okay. Is this the same fox just from a different
angle?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame that they've just blasted that pouring in black.
Yeah, full on black. I don't know if that was the idea with the black ears, the black foot. I'm not really sure, but yeah, just I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them so far.
And that crescent's miles off, on the fox's head, and the line work on it's not very good. Can you see how it's super patchy?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely.
Needs work. This is what I was saying. This person, kudos, keep practicing. Obviously, don't keep tattooing, don't keep practicing, but just grab yourself some fake skin. Just figure out your line work, what it takes to put. What your voltage, what your hand speed, what your depth, how much pressure for different liners it's going to take to do it. Just get some figuring out done first.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know what's gonna, how it's gonna hang out here long run, but there's some lines in this face set I actually think look pretty decent. There's some redeeming qualities here. But also I will be interested to see how these things heal out. As we can see down here in the knuckles, you've been testing the waters, if you will. And as you can see, the healing of the knuckles is not a very forgiving thing. So, I mean, I will always suggest staying off the hand when you're, even though I tattooed my hand too, but I was a little bit further down the road. Probably still wish I had waited a little bit longer, but whatever. And I think that's what's happening here. But I like the eyes. I kind of like these teeth here. But again, we'll see how it heals out. See what happens. There's some better stuff here. I see potential, but it's gonna take a lot more attention. Oh, I think we missed this one. No, we got it. I would say.
No, that was it.
I think he just kind of maybe he's rushing them, Andy. You think maybe just kind of getting through them, maybe slow it down in the beginning until.
It's like I say, you just need to dial it back. You need to slow down. And we always say you've got to be able to see with your own eyes whether it's in right. If you can't critique your own work, and you've got to be your own worst, you've got to be your own worst critique.
Yeah.
If you can't see yourself that it's not in right and it's not going to hold, then how are you going to move on from there?
Yeah. Yep. That's it's a good point. Oh, we got Joy Boy. Oh, he sent us in a series. I saw you post this stuff, man.
Seen
I loved
these.
it.
I've seen these.
Can I get? Oh, look at. He says, "Can I get a vote on which one their favorite from the chat, please?" Okay, guys. So Joy Boy wants to know which one y'all think is
number one for me.
Your favorite. Let me look.
Self-taught. This is what we were saying. This is a
fantastic, man. Right off, I think they're all fantastic.
Yeah. This is a self-taught person.
I really like them.
That tattoos once a week. That's committed to doing what he does. And I've spoke to him on Instagram myself. We've messaged each other, and it's like says to me, colour's not his thing. He wouldn't know how to blend them. This, that, and other. Black and grey and true greys that he's using are phenomenal. And for me, Joey, number one, that piece that you did, the number one piece on the left-hand side, is amazing. I'd wear it all day long. It's just so soft, subtle. The woman's face is absolutely so delicate, you know, and beautiful. That that's my favourite piece on that one. But this is somebody that's self-taught and tattoos once a week.
Yeah, I like the first and the third one. I mean, I like them all, you know, but
yeah,
I like this one. And what I like the whole thing, but I really love this, like, the hands look smooth and this little bit like windbreak, whatever you have come through here. It's just done so nicely. It feels like it has movement, which is a hard thing to do, which you get in the first one as well. Those little wispy hairs, like, just, and the way the back of this mask is just lit. It looks like just, I don't know, just beautiful, man. I really, really, really dig it, which I'm curious, what is everybody saying?
Come on, guys, what you wanting? 1, 2, 3, or 4. Let's give Joey some feedback. Just comment. 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Says first. All right.
Yeah, I said first one. So that's 2 for number 1.
I'm first and third, man. Well, I like both of them. I like them all, but first and third are my favorite.
Yep, Pond. Yep, number 1 is a monster.
So far, we got Love 'Em All and the first. Yeah, we got 4.
Yeah, people are smashing that first.
Well. Appreciate first. All right, I think the overall feeling here, Joey, is the first one for sure, man. Definitely cool, man. Definitely cool. Look forward to seeing more as it comes. Like, it's only going to improve. Let's see. I love the third. Right. First and third. Joey, man, thank you for being an inspiration to a lot of people as well, even here.
Yep. And this is what we're saying. With dedication, commitment, head down, arse up, looking at what you're doing, this is what you can achieve. Even self-taught. Just be a sponge. Just be a sponge. Take all the information in that you can take in, and put it into use. Use your own eyes to see where it's going, and never stop learning. Because once you stop learning in this game, it's time to pack your needles up and get out of Dodge.
I thought it was cool. Joey's like, yeah, I like him, but Joey says most of my my mates say the first one as well, but he personally likes the fourth one, which is a nice piece as well. But I just thought that was cool because there's so many times where the pieces that I love the most are like not what everybody else loves the most. The ones that I'm like, that's nice, are the ones that people love the most. I just thought that was cool. You're like, I like the fourth one. It's like, okay, good. Because sometimes the stuff I love is, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's because we personally know like victories when we're like, man, we did something that was different or whatnot. I don't know, but just thought that was interesting.
But it's right, Joey. You've got to be a sponge. You've got to be willing to absorb all this information and figure it out and put it all into practice. That's just how it works, isn't it, Dave?
Yes.
You know what I mean? You can't go in and start doing stuff with no information or no insight as to how it's been done.
Absolutely.
You've got to do your own work. You've got to do research. You've like you say, you've got to be a sponge and just suck it all up and get on with it.
Romeo says, "You can skip mine now." Yeah, nobody would want to follow that. I mean, that's a tough one to follow. But here we go. Hi, I'm new artist from Lithuania, and I'm doing it about 2 months. Sorry for my English not good. Greetings from Lithuania. I think you spelt that real nice. I could read it well.
Better than some English people spell.
We got a lot of pieces here. We okay? Here we go. Wait, what did he say? New to 2 months. Okay, so we got tattooing 2 months. All right. It's a bit hard to read. Not like hard to read, but I mean it's got like a bit of a haze.
Yeah, a bit of a blur on it.
Yeah. From what I can see, it looks all right. I think the lining things, these like multiple line pieces are intentional. So black seems to be saturated. From the quality of the photo, in my opinion, Andy, it looks fine.
Yeah, it don't look bad. I mean, the black from the quality of the photo, that black round the bottom seems to be quite well saturated. The lines look to be in, and for a couple of months in, yeah, I don't think he done bad at all.
Yeah.
To be fair, it'd be just nice if we had a clearer photo.
I think that's it. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
This
one's a bit all over places. This one for me.
Yeah, it is. It just reads kind of funky, and I get it's supposed to be like flowers, I guess. I believe some sort of flower thing, and
yeah, and some of the lines
are a little.
Yeah, I won't say not saturated, but they're not smooth.
Yeah, that's
they're not flowing.
Yep, I think that's the
There's
biggest.
A lot of, yeah, it seems to have hesitancy as he's pulling lines, and you can see it, stuttering the way around, on the curves.
Right, definitely. All right, so now we got this one. The lines aren't too bad in this one, and then we got a little bit of like this faded out bit here, maybe a little whip stipple shading.
His gapping's pretty even for what it looks. The two sets of lines, and as it comes round, they seem to flow pretty much with each other. And that on this one, it's a simple tattoo. Like you said, David's got a bit of black in there, faded out.
Yeah,
quite simple.
Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, okay.
All right.
Kind of cool. Yeah. The lining looks consistent. I like the bold lines. Works for this piece.
I like this one.
Yeah, I do too.
I think this is
relatively clean.
Nicest piece I've seen up to press.
Yeah.
For me, nice dot work.
Absolutely.
Line work looks to be, for a couple of months in on this piece,
right,
looks to be good. It's even and saturated and everything. That there's a bit more, whether he's starting to get a bit more comfortable when he's done this piece, because it don't look as hesitant, don't the lines.
Yeah, like it looks a bit more planned out,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is. I guess I'm just not a fan of the image. Like, I don't know, but I think it's done all right. The black seems to be saturated pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's purple from stencil that's still in it, or whether he's used a purple.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I would assume not, but I mean, it could.
I don't know, but if it
essentially purple.
But if he has used purple on sides of that millipede, it's quite cool. I'll be honest, because it does look to have like a purple tinge to it. But yeah, the black looks to be in. I'm looking at the outer side of the body, and the line work looks to be relatively smooth and in there. Yeah, they look as if he's going down the line, as if he's now starting to feel a bit more comfortable with himself.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a transition here.
Yeah.
As we move across. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can just tell the lining is a much more much smoother. The blacks are much more filled. The halo could be a little smoother, but I mean, like I said, you'll see similar stuff in my own. Yeah, it's actually a good process.
Few
Overall, none of
months.
them were bad though. I don't. Let me scroll.
Oh,
This was probably the
no,
only one I wasn't a big
that,
fan
yeah,
of.
it's my least favourite.
Yeah,
My favourite will have been this one.
definitely, definitely.
And the millipede, he did say it was stencil. He's in
Right.
chat.
Yeah.
The purple's off stencil.
Yep. Cool, man. Nice stuff there. Nan, Ben. All right, Romeo. Excuse me. Hi, Dave and Andy. I've been tattooing since 2020. Learned basically off your YouTube channel and trial and error things. Some other YouTube channels, kind of, but yours are the easiest to learn from. The first one is one I did on someone else. The last two are my own skin. Okay. Let's see. Weird side question, but regarding the first one, the dude had this weird twitch where he kicked his leg out every 15 seconds or so, and I had to do the entire thing with the twitch happening. This is on the dude's hip. Has something like this ever happened to you?
Yep.
I've had issues with the calf. The calf is always twitchy. Now I don't know that no one's kicking their leg out, but the calf has a natural like twitch.
I've had them twitch. Do it foot and the toes are off, their ankles off, or we're doing the calf or the leg and the leg's spasming out. It's just weird how you can tattoo an area of somebody's body and you particularly hit a particular set of nerve endings, because it all depends on where the nerve endings are in the skin, and they can get a foot twitch or a leg twitch or whatever. But yeah, it's fairly common that you can be tattooing people and they'll just develop some sort of twitch depending on where you're tattooing, and then it depends on what part of the body's twitching. Then I've had people where I've been tattooing the shoulder and they've told me it feels like I'm drilling into the side of the head.
Right. The nerves are very interesting. That's why people look over sometimes like, where are you tattooed? Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look at what we got. All right. Well, I can't zoom in any further than that because that came in all the way zoomed in. That looks pretty decent, honestly. I mean, that couldn't be that big, I'm guessing. Look at the pores and stuff. So
yeah,
you've already zoomed in pretty far. It looks pretty crisp to me.
And what I'm going to say about this one is, you look at the nines.
Oh, the third nine.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they're pretty much even. We've seen letters and numbers where they're all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
And 3 9s, and not one of the 9s has looked anything like the 9 before it, or the numbers or the letters before it. Right. So what I will say, you look at the bottom of these 9s, that little curve that goes over at the bottom, they're pretty much even of these 9s for a start.
Yeah.
And like I said, they're pretty much them. To be honest, they can't be very big, and they're pretty clean. To be fair.
Oh yeah.
A couple of little places.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think it was a bold move to also send them in that zoomed in and to go, yeah, not bad. Okay. We got a half of maybe a Pokemon face. I like that way they have this like stippled background. Very, very simple. Little bit back here, but it's nice. The lining where there is lining seems pretty good. Just I like it. I feel like, I don't know, is this supposed to be saturated? If this is meant to be kind of light like that, maybe so. Maybe it could be a little darker here than dragged out, or maybe in the eye is supposed to be black. I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was like a little bit more solid black in just a couple places, but I think it looks cool from here.
I tell you what, it's weird. I mean, I'm looking at the horn at the top. It's pretty even. It's nice. It's got a nice rounded shape.
Yeah.
And that raked shading gives me. I'm looking at it and it gives me vibes of Matrix. It's like a Matrix feel.
Right. It's kind of cool.
But do you know something? I'm actually digging this piece, and I'm not like a Pokemon freak or whatever. But I like how this piece has been done, been executed, the effect of it with that background. I think he's done a fairly good job. I don't think he's done a fairly good job of this.
Yeah. Yeah, super legible too, which is always nice. Where's he at in the chat? You're being so quiet now. Your work's looking good over here, Romeo. Why are you being so quiet, man? He was yeah, this let's see what we got. We got Labor Boy or something like that. It's always stinks when you take pictures with saran wrap over top. But
Yeah, but this might
know,
have done this letter in a favour because I don't think it's very good. We look to have different,
I'm not a fan of this
consistencies.
style of lettering though either.
No.
It's never looks like, even when done well, this style, I never been a big fan of it. But hey, you know what? 2 out of 3 we're
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, keep at it, man. It's good to have you here in the chat, and it's good to see your work, Romeo. Keep at it, man. Okay, where are we at for time here? All right, guys, we got about 10 minutes. We're gonna hit that 3-hour mark, and we're gonna have to cut it off when we hit to the 3-hour mark. But I've been having a great time, guys. Thank you all who have sent your work in. The chat's been awesome tonight.
Yeah,
You guys have been totally positive and supportive people. I mean, when need be, it's not like we're over here supporting really horrendous stuff or anything. So it's been cool. It's been a good evening. Wow, we got a lot here. Okay, I've been holding the bladder for a minute now.
Oh, you've just beat me to it. Well, you hurry up and go then.
Okay, I'll give you this one, and then we'll switch on the next.
We'll swap over.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this one I actually quite like it. The midlet feather, vein up midlet feather. Yeah, could it have been a bit more parallel and the lines been a bit more smoother either side? Yes, they could, but it pulls off because it's an organic item. It's a feather, but then again, I do like this where the sides of the feather come off, the lines are saturated, the little bit of scroll work where it comes down into the beadwork is nice. The black looks to be in nice. The little feathers, they're done quite delicate. The black's in. What I can say, there's only used a total of black in this one and just whipped it out. Maybe been nicer to use a mid-tone, or even with this feather, maybe put some white in it. Maybe some white in the beads. Might have made it pop, shall we say, just that little bit further than what it has done. But overall, I don't think this is a bad piece. It's in. It looks clean. It reads. And I just think maybe either a mid-tone or a white. I think preferably a white for me. It had just helped in them beads, and a little bit in the feathers would have just made it. In the feather would have just made it that little bit brighter for me. But I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's clean. Lines are in. Lines are done right. It's an organic piece. Mm-hmm. So the little bit of waviness in the lines, you're going to get away with. You're going to get away with that, no matter what.
Yeah. I agree. It looks pretty good. Ooh, I like this one.
Right, swap over time.
Yeah,
back in one more, Dave.
Sure, man. I like this one. I think it works out pretty nicely. The colors look good. We got like some contrast in the colors. The blues have darks in them. We bring it all the way to open skin in all the different shades. I like it with the green going around. I think the lines are fine. They could be a little crisper, but overall, this piece, you're just looking at it, it's like, yeah, that looks good. Good to go. I don't want to beat it up any further, to be quite honest. There's nothing I would really say. I really like how they gave this a lot of shape and a lot of contrast in their color. Cool piece, man. Oh, yeah. I like the color work. I think the lining, is not bad. It's not bad. It just, there's so little of it here. It's not really a lot to look at, but I think what lining you have here works. The yellow seems super saturated. I like the little bit of like yellow and orange you have up here in the S. Hit that with a little bit of white. It's cool, man. Very cool. How cool. Very nicely done. I think it's very clean. You might find a thing here or there, but it's not worth even mentioning it, in my opinion, because overall, it's a cool piece. The colors are nice. The light pink, it might heal and lighten up a little bit more, but that's okay. You can always brighten it up if need be. Yeah, bold lines, and then you come in here with these nice little thin lines inside the wood and whatnot. Colors are nice. I like it. I like it. Aha. A hammerhead shark here. Also, not bad at all. We have some very thin lines here. This piece isn't terribly big. We're zoomed in a little ways already. I like the little white highlights you have in here as well. I think you got enough dark where you need it. There is the obvious line here that comes across the back that feels a little harsh. And then obviously out here is just a little harsh. Aside from those, I think it's a decent looking piece. Right on, Jack. Thanks for sending those in. Dun, dun. Yes, Kane, that person is good with color. Absolutely. You can always tell when someone's like, oh, wow, that's pretty good. Well, there you go. California fits the shape of the ear. And it seems to be lined all right. A little red there, but hey, it looks okay, though. Ba, ba, ba. Let's see. Yeah, man, Bradley, if that's what you want to do, man, I'm totally down for that. Yeah, as long as you're not talking about the palm, man. I'm going to tattoo no palms. Just hit me up. Let me know, what you're kind of into. I'd love to design you something cool, man. Let's see. I like this too, Andy. I think the lines look good on it.
Yeah.
The shading's right on. I think
it don't look like a cabbage.
Nice. Those leaves are quite nice, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it's got some nice softness in the petals. The rose doesn't look like a cabbage.
No, right.
I mean, we see so many that look like cabbages, and it's quite softly done with enough dark in it, enough light in it, and yeah, I think it's a nice piece. It's a nice piece.
Yeah,
it is this.
Yep, digging it. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just click on this one now. Ooh, there you go. It's a hand tattoo.
This is your debate. Is this super dark?
Yeah. I think this at least this will hold pretty well on the hand, being that you know what I mean. We have a bit of opening. The white will, it's hit or miss, but yeah, it's not too bad. I'm not a big fan of whatever this is up here, though. We'll assume that wasn't for your operation. We'll assume this is you. Not bad. It's simple. It's a simplistic thing, but the open spots are left open. It reads. It might get over years. It might get blurry, but hey. Oh, and then we drop into something a bit more delicate here. Yeah.
It is. I mean, what doesn't fit in this piece is that stem going off to the right.
This one?
No, the thicker one, Dave.
Oh,
but everything's like a single line. This one, it's just
a boomerang.
It doesn't. I'm not saying it's done wrong. I just don't think it fits with the design. I think it'd have been better as a single stem like the rest of it. But other than that, it's just a delicate little piece. Quite simple and well done, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Sorry, I'm sending a message. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Not my favorite. I definitely know this person has much more potential. We saw it before. The face, not a big fan of that. Yeah, I don't know. Might be the lining.
Yeah, the lining's not the best, and the actual composition and the shape of the hummingbird's and beak doesn't quite fit on this one. It's not doesn't seem as nice as some of the stuff that we've just seen, to be fair.
Definitely. Okay, here's another hand. They're definitely going dark on the hand, which is a good thing in my opinion to some degree, because again, you go too light and fainty and get too delicate, depending on your know-how, it might not last as long. So definitely. I don't know. I feel like it's just a bit too dark for me. and I like dark. Just my opinion. I think is this from a video game or something?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But I mean, I quite like it. It's like you say, it's dark. It's not overly detailed. It should hold.
Yeah. Oh, why do I keep messing this up?
Yeah,
One job.
It should hold.
Yeah. Oh, it'll definitely hold. I just, you know
It's
what
just
I mean?
whether
Like it's just dark on dark.
Yeah, it's just whether it'll all hold,
Yeah.
or whether it'll start to come out and be patchy. But
Okay.
I quite like this piece. It's quite simple.
Yeah.
Simplistic.
No, most of these pieces here are all nice. I could, I could send 6 of mine, and I feel like somebody could probably easily do the same thing. Oh, these 2 are nice. Yeah, that one needs a little work. Yeah, that one's okay. You know what I mean? So overall, I think that person's doing cool. Justin says Outsiders Art Tattoo, Twitch TV /Outsiders Arts, 12 plus years tattooing. Right on, guys. If you want to go check out Outsiders Art Tattoo, and on Twitch TV, twitch.tv /Outsiders Arts, 12 plus years tattooing. Do we have any information? Okay. Nope. We'll just go with that. Oh, isn't that cool? That looks cool. He looks like a waffle. We got hit with the waffle. I think it's a waffle, yeah. But I'm just joking. I think it looks pretty cool, this seahorse. A lot of good contrast in there. Looks like we got a pretty nice, hefty weight line around the outside. Bit of a smooth stipple shine. I like the eye, too. Little white highlights here and there. So this is a nice tattoo, eh? I think there, let's see. Smig. Love the shading and bold outline. Yep, I agree with you. All right, next one up. Yeah, that's cool. That's definitely different. We've seen this. How many times have we seen this mask, Andy? And to see it in heart form, I've never seen that. I like it's like a simply done. They don't not any like excessive crazy shading throughout the mask. It's like done just now. I really like my favorite part personally is the blood throughout the flower and around it and the splatters and whatnot. I think it has a nice sort of splattery effect.
Yeah, my least favorite part on this is the flower. It looks weird. There's something, I don't know, it's with the shape or whether it's with the stipple shading. I don't know. It just doesn't look.
Gotcha. Is it confusing?
It looks a weird shape. It looks a weird shape.
Gotcha.
Because I think, you know what I think it might be? Do you see how there's a petal with blood on it right at the bottom, and it's behind the mask, poking out from behind it. I don't know whether that would have been better or smaller than being on the front of the mask. I don't know. But just as for the shape of the flower, just looks a little bit odd.
Gotcha.
But I quite like the wrapping on the handle of the knife.
Yeah.
How that's been done, and the little bits of shading and cross hatching and everything that's done in there. It looks quite nice. Does that?
Heck yeah. Ooh. That is cool. I love that snake. Dang.
This is
and
nice.
We see a little bit of these green leaves coming around as well. Looks like this is maybe even a cover up. See this down here?
Could have been.
Bit of a maybe. Yeah, it looks like we might have had something right in here. Smart use of to use these open areas while still keeping it dark. That works. I mean, it didn't catch that cover up at first. And then to contrast that, I think with this bright yellow up here, with these multi-toned green leaves, and I like the style those leaves are too.
Yeah, I like this piece.
Yeah.
It's nice. I like the snake. Got enough depth of contrast and realism and tones and white that it's totally believable.
Yeah, definitely. Nice stuff, Justin. Thank you for sending that in, man. Thanks for letting us take a look. Oh, cool. You know what? We're 3 minutes past, but I'm going to do these next two, and then we'll jump off. So at least we did get to check everybody's workout. Okay, so Chris, we have no information. All right, fair enough. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that's nice. It's clean, and it's nice. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Dot work in it. The broomstick bristles look well.
Yeah.
And I can't really see any blowouts. The crescent moon looks like a crescent. It's even as, and the line weight's good.
Yeah,
it's a good clean sticker tattoo.
Yes, very clean. I like it. I like it. I like it. Good stuff. Like I said, doesn't have to be fancy to be good. Okay, what do we got? A lot of stuff. This is from Pavlos, I guess. Hello, guys. Pavlos. I tattooed home 6-7 years from the Netherlands. All right, 6 or 7 years from the Netherlands. Tattooing at home. All right, let's check it out. We want to go top or bottom, Andy?
Let's go bottom. Start bottom and work backwards.
Okay. Oh, there's a scar. I think he had the guy has a scar here.
Oh, yeah.
And this is done in like a painterly stroke. Sort of, you see the marks almost as if somebody took a brush. If that was, and I think it was intentional, it looks pretty cool. The only thing I would wish, and maybe just so people who didn't know it was intentionally that way, that maybe this came up to a little bit more of a point right there. But again, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, this is clearly meant to look this way. And I think it looks cool for what it is.
It's cool. It's solid. It's bulletproof.
Very solid. Yeah. Yeah.
It is bulletproof.
Yeah. Open heart surgery scar. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's gnarly. But you know what? It's covered.
It is.
Like, you see it. I mean, you're not going to not be able to see something like that. But I mean, that takes the edge off immediately of the eye to that scar. So that's cool. Oh, look at that. We got a finger for the body. That's interesting. Yeah, everything for the most part, you know, I think maybe some of these a little bit smoother.
You know, I'm not even going to shout
cool,
out on some of them lines. I mean, the shading, this black's black. They're single lines. Yeah, Joey, you're right. It's hard to tattoo scar tissue. It's so hard. And that, but he did a good job. He did a really good job of it.
Absolutely.
But it's same with this.
Yeah, I really like that. I've never seen it with the finger for the body. Maybe that's something people have seen. I've never seen it. I think.
Again, it's another banger of a tattoo.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like this like almost mashup of well done lined. You know what I mean? It's all well done. So it's like nice line work down here, and then thin little face, and just nice little bits of shading. Almost has like this like realistic-ish feel to it. You know, it's. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
It's a nice blend of caricature / semi-realism.
Yeah,
with a good comical look to it. Yet you know exactly who it is.
Yeah,
It's not overcomplicated, but it looks bang on.
Yeah. No, it doesn't look overly complicated. I think that's what's fun about it too. Is that
it's not made it like you say. It's not made it over complex.
You're welcome.
And it just looks. It's like I say, it just looks bang on. Does this?
Yeah, it's cool. It is cool. Okay, cool.
Well, this one.
Some of the like, I don't know, maybe
some of the lines look a bit light and a bit scratched in.
Right. It's not. And I don't want you to think it's bad. It's not bad or anything.
No.
It's just not as clean and refined as the other pieces you had. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think this is as bulletproof as the other pieces that we've seen.
Right.
Some of the areas, like you say, some of the lines look sculpted, but they're not solid, if that makes sense.
Right.
And then we've got in the hair, you've got some super dark black lines in the hair which look weird for this style. If you're gonna do them black lines, I would have thought then maybe have a little bit of dark shading, black shading in areas for super dark contrast.
Right.
But by no means am I saying it's a bad tattoo. I'm just looking at areas that I can see that stand out, that don't fall, that don't look, how can I put it, that don't look in keeping with the rest of the tattoo, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it kind of feels out of place in comparison to. Yeah, I think we are actually went. I'm looking at these thinking the process probably went. We're probably going backwards in time as far as work. I'm guessing because the other stuff we're looking at, I preferred more than what we're looking at now.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting style though. It has this intentional scribble feel to it. It does look intentional, which
It
is
does. I mean,
interesting.
a couple of little points in the center of the flower. I don't know whether it's where it's fresh or they look maybe a little bit more overworked than the rest of the
Yeah.
flower. But then again, I'm looking around it. I really can't see any blowouts. I can't see any lines
No.
missing. The line weights are consistent. They're in there.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks intentional, you know?
Yes, everything looks. You hit it. You hit the nail on the head there, Dev. Everything looks intentional.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we got here. Well, not my favorite.
No.
I like the leaves. I will say they're all pretty uniformed. You know, if you look at these like little leaves, like maybe that's their downfall a little bit is that they're so uniform. But I do like them and the shade and everything in them, cool. Most of the lining is decent, but where it's not, it's pretty obvious. Like right here, here, all through this portion up here. But again, if we're going from here and the backwards towards the way we started when we're looking at it, then huge improvements along the way.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be on the same caliber as the rest.
Right.
I'm not a fan of this one. It'd have been nice if we could have seen a bit more separation in the leaves, dark, and then maybe jumped instead of next tone, maybe jumped one tone. I don't know.
Right.
The roses, in compared to some of the other work that we've just seen, the shading within the roses looks a bit lacking, along
Right.
with the hand and the finger underneath the bottle is nearly the same colour as the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean,
The finger's a little bit thin right
yeah,
here.
I'm not saying it's badly done. I'm not. It just doesn't seem to be on the same caliber of the previous ones. You know, like the moth, the death head moth, and that.
Yeah.
We've seen
Yeah.
further
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
the
Those other
line.
ones, definitely. Definitely. And I think we are. Well, let's see. Okay. Well, you know, I don't. This one is. I like this one better than this one for sure.
Yes.
And there's a lot of things I like about this one. I think personally, I wish and shocker that there was a bit more black in some places. I think would have helped this one out. Just maybe a little bit more where you think it should be dark. Maybe just bump the tone up a little bit. Maybe could have pushed the hands forward. Maybe just, I like how the wings in the back are pushed back here. A bit more depth. Maybe could have carried that throughout a little bit more because I kind of like these light, whimsical little lines here and there. Um, the line works all right for the most part.
Yeah.
Just feels like it just needs a little bit more, you know. Just I don't know
Yeah.
what that is exactly, but just needs a little bit more. But overall, I mean, it's not bad at all.
No, you see, for me, for this one, this is a young girl cherub angel, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call, and it's just a little bit lacking. I would have liked to have seen the shading instead of it being as grainy and as rake marked.
Mm.
I would like to, like a child's skin or a woman's skin, a lot softer shaded. If you understand what I mean,
Right. Yo,
smoother,
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
smoother shading, a bit more black. I think this had looked awesome in blacks and using true grey tones to smooth it all out and give the lightness effect using the lighter grey tones of the true grey tones on this. But it's not that I hate the piece. I think there could have been a little bit more in the hair, but
yeah,
it's nothing that one more sitting, if they wanted to, couldn't, you know,
yeah. They could, if they
couldn't
had
add
another
to it
time, another
and do
pass
that.
to this.
So,
Nice. Well, hey, Pavlos, thanks for sending these in. It was cool. We got to see a progression as you moved across. And yeah, I think my favorite one's probably is this one. I mean, I don't know, Andy, your probably favorite one might be that one.
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, so
I love that one, though.
this
It's
will make
cool.
you laugh.
It is cool.
Man. That's cool. Well, Andy, we got through everybody's today. Took us a few hours, but we did it.
Cool.
I hope you all enjoyed the stream tonight. Thank you guys for being here. Give the stream a like as we come to an end. That would be cool.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
Well, that's it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like we say, we couldn't be here if people didn't send their work in and weren't brave enough to send it in. I understand. You see people in the comments. I got caught with just picking my nose. People in the comment. Oh, don't look at my work. I don't want to follow so and so. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. But we've all got to learn. We've all got to start from somewhere. And don't be scared. It is what it is. And unless it's really, really bad, I don't think we've had so many of them where we've said, pack it in. You know.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Skin, stop tattooing people, and that. But I do appreciate when we do appreciate people sending it in for us to look at. That then gives us this to do on a Sunday night, which allows everybody to come into comments, have a chat, follow each other on Instagram, go look at their work, help out.
Yes,
and that's how it is.
Chat was been fantastic tonight, guys. It was a real nice chat. Everyone's been pretty chill with each other. Y'all got to find some new people to follow, seeing the work here, supporting each other. I think that's awesome. And it's fun. It's fun to see the work, guys. I guess we're just trying to encourage you along the way as you go through the process. It's trial and error. You're going to take, I always say, you're going to take one step forward, 2 steps back. And it's just a matter of not quitting and to keep persevering. And, there's always going to be somebody ready to try to stumble you. Don't let them. Keep moving forward, guys. Keep moving forward. And, it's fun to watch you guys progress.
Yeah, it's the easiest thing in the world is to sit here and critique people's work. And it's like me and Dave, we make no bones, just a regular tattoo artist that we have his own. We've managed to make it to that we've got his own studios, shops that we tattoo out of, and we can make a living from it. We're no world-class artist, and I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass and say that I am. We've got his own styles, and most people, fingers crossed anyway, Dave, and everything, that most people make it, and they will either end up in a shop renting a space and working, or hopefully end up with their own studio that they're working out of. And that's the aim of it, that they can make a living off.
Yeah.
Whether the odd few will may make it to, shall we say, elite status, but it is the odd few.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, the whole tattooing world is changing at such a rapid pace, and it's good to kind of, help people as they're trying to progress. The way people are learning tattooing is different now. I think the traditional apprenticeship is not as big of a must-have thing as it used to be. And I'm happy to see that, because that allows people like Joey and many others. I just use Joey as an example. I mean, I feel I was the same way, I taught myself how to tattoo as well. And and Joey's able to do it too. If Joey had to be in an apprenticeship, he wouldn't be able to do it. We would never see any of Joey's tattoos because Joey has to work that job to support what he has. And I don't see why there's anything wrong with that. And I also like to let people know as well is that tattooing and trying to make a career in tattooing is an extremely hard thing to do long term. I think you got to get lucky sometimes. You have to, I think if you're trying to like really make some good money right off the bat, it's going to take some time.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
you might be in a situation where you got to figure out what works for you and how you can make this thing work. If it's tattooing that one Saturday a week and really putting your heart and soul into every single tattoo, let it, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, if you can make it to the point that you can make a living off it, you're doing well out of it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You're tattooing, and people go, "Oh yeah, you're tattooing. You're going to be tattooing every day." This, that, and other. No, you're not.
right.
The realism of it is if you're tattooing and you've got a shop open 5 days a week, the realism of it is that if you average it all out, it might work 3.5 days a week that you're actually tattooing.
Right.
All the time that you're either twiddling your thumbs, whatever, this, that, and other. It's just how it goes. That's just the realism of having a tattoo studio.
Yeah.
It's that, and you'll understand this, Dave. That if you go into tattooing, thinking to yourself that I'm going to tattooing because I want to make money, I want to make a fortune, you're never going to be a decent tattoo artist.
No, because I think you'll rush or you'll try to cut corners if your intention is to make money. I mean, not that you can. I'm not saying you can. In fact, you can make a lot of good money in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely have to be realistic and have a passion for it and accept the fact that along the way you might not be the greatest at it, but if you love it and you're putting everything you have into it and you see progression and if there's a passion behind it, I think money will come in time.
Yeah.
And I think you got to be patient and just understand that this is not easy. It's not like, I think a lot of people know that. And I think a lot of people, people subscribe because they want to learn and all that jazz. And then they realize just how hard this is. And then I don't see them for long. You know what I mean? They've gone. There's been plenty of people I've met along the way through YouTube. I've never seen them again. Either two things happen. They evolve quicker and, no longer require or want to be here. They're ready to move on, or they stop because it's not an easy thing to do at the scale or level that maybe they want to be at. So, Joey says, I love tattooing and money is just my reward. That's exactly how I feel about it as well.
The art and the passion have got to be first. The money and getting paid for it is the byproduct.
That's exactly what I believe. And over time, what your byproduct gets better.
It does.
Or whatever,
and you've still got to have the passion and enjoy and the drive and the willingness to learn at all times. At all times. Like I said, any time that you lose that, it's time to pack it in and go start working for Walmart or whatever, doing whatever and doing whatever you do there. And that's how I look at it. Most people will make it if they stick at it. It's going to take people longer than other people. Some people are going to falter and not make it because they think it's an easy trade or skill or profession to be in. It takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it takes you're forever honing your skills in.
Yeah, forever bouncing your head off a wall sometimes, just like, and all in the details. And you're like, why am I not doing, you're always fighting yourself. So it's an interesting thing to be in because you're always,
And
trying
then
to improve while also always, yeah, whatever. Go ahead, Andy.
no, and then on the flip side of it, Dave,
Yeah.
when you do, if you do make it, and you do end up with your own studio,
Mm.
or whatever, you've got the other side of it is that you think you're making a living, and then you'll vouch for this one, and I'm same. You'll be going along, you look at your books, it's great. Then all of a sudden, it's like, well, oh my god, after that date, I've only got one client booked in. I've got
Man,
nobody booked in. What the hell am I going to do?
that's just what maybe people don't talk about sometimes is how,
It's the business side of it.
yeah, yeah, and it's crazy. Sometimes you'll be 2 months booked out. I mean, some people, I mean, who we talking? Some people way booked out, whatever. But I'm saying there's times when, you're a month, there's times you're 2. Then there's times when you're like, well, I am booked out for the rest of this week, and I don't know what's coming after that. And
Like,
many a times I've gotten to the end of that week, been like, wow, this is it. And then literally in a day or two, you have 2 weeks booked up
yeah,
just like that because all of a sudden, for some reason, everybody hits you up like, sweet. Ooh, okay. But you just never know when that ball is going to drop. And yeah, that's a real thing, man.
but it's like me, and I don't mind. I mean, I don't have a Saturday now free. I'm booked. I've got all my Saturdays are booked until I think it's last week in January
Right.
next year. But this week coming
Hmm.
at this minute in time, I've only got 2 tattoos booked in.
Right. Right.
But
It's just the way it
I
goes.
could go in. I can go in and open the studio up on Tuesday, and by Tuesday afternoon, have 3 or 4 in, 5 in, or whatever for that week.
Right.
It's just a roller coaster ride,
Absolutely.
and you cling on for dear life on that roller coaster ride, and
Right.
for some unknown reason, you manage to make it to the other end, and it all works out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy how it works. But you do never know. I mean, there's a whole lot of different things. So it's why I think it is a good thing to really take it slow, like Smoke and other people have done. You
Yeah,
build up a clientele slowly over time. That's what matters more than anything. Well, there's 2
it,
things that matter: making decent, good. We want to make the best tattoos we can make, for one, even if we're constantly trying to improve those and we don't love them all the time. And then 2 is building a clientele.
yeah,
And that you need the one to do the other and the other to do that one. So I hear people like, well, how am I supposed to get better at tattooing if I don't have anybody tattoo? Or how am I supposed to show people what I can do if there's nobody that will let me tattoo them? That in and of itself is the struggle. Just like when you're learning how to tattoo, there's like, oh, how deep do I put in? How do I do this? How do I do that? Well, those same things develop even now. It's your client base.
yeah.
And I think it's funny. People are like, well, they love, oh, tattooing. You can travel the whole world, and you can. And I think you got to be like a big enough name to be able to do that per se, like legitimately. But once you build up a clientele where you're at, you don't want to move because then you got to do that all over again somewhere
Yeah.
else.
And
And
the other
that's a hard
the
thing
other
to
thing
do.
as well, they don't say. I mean, we spoke off camera, and I've said to you, and we've had this chat where you've said you have what you class as a private studio,
Right.
on your own land. I've got to rent a shop, this, that, and other. And you've said to me, oh, sometimes I wonder if I'd be better off renting a shop.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then
Like
again,
on the
I've said
street
to
stuff.
you, but then you've got extra rent you've got to cover. You've got to think about that. I mean,
Right.
the amount of insurance I pay for my shop between shop, buildings, then I've got content, I've got public liability, I've got employees liability, I've got treatment liability, but then I've got treatment liability for tattooing, I've got treatment liability for piercing, I've got treatment liability for laser tattoo removals. I've now just added on
Hair.
treatment liability for IPL laser hair removal. You take all that in, and then your costs are spiraling. Then
Right.
you've got your utilities, and then you've got all your supplies and everything for all them other things. It's a constant nightmare, as well as you'll know yourself. I mean, I've got all the accounting to do, as well as
Right.
there's accounting, there's banking, and everything to do that goes along with that. So I would probably say tattooing takes up only covers probably 60% of the time, 60% of the work.
Right.
of having a studio.
And that doesn't also calculate any time designing tattoos. You know what I mean? Like how much time you have in personally hours, putting together a tattoo.
Hmm.
That, I think it's just so underrated though that you literally take a bunch of ideas a person has and now you got to convert that into something that's cool that they would like, and you barely know the person. You got to get as much
Yeah.
information from them to make them something like, I want like butterflies and this, that, and the other, or whatever the case may be. And now you got to put all these things together, make it cohesive, make it to where you like it and it meets the client's specifications, which, I wish I could show a client how many renditions I went through before I got to that point, all the
Yeah.
failures why I ended up here. Yeah, anyhow, all that extra crap you have to do.
Yeah.
You spend such a small actual amount of time tattooing on top of all the stuff you have to do.
Yeah.
Speaking more for you because there's a lot more that goes along with that operation.
Yeah. But I'm like you, Dave. Some tattoos, I could actually spend more time designing them than it's actually going to take me to tattoo that design.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Sometimes I like large scale, like full on pieces, because then you can spend a long time designing it. But then, hey, it's designed. Now, every time they come in, we're just executing more of it where, you design once and then tattoo for like months, little at a time.
And that's why, I've said to you as well off camera, that's why sometimes I like it now where me and you, we've got different styles.
Yeah.
But sometimes I like it, and I've said to you off camera, somebody will come to me and go, I want that.
Yeah.
And I'll go, cool, run it through stenciler. It takes me 5-10 minutes to stencil it, run it through stenciler, and then from there on in, I can do it. And it just takes a load of weight and thinking, off.
Yeah. That's why there's a lot of places, and I can understand where they don't really design tattoos. They literally just do exactly.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of clients, and they get kind of grumpy about it, like, well, they won't listen to my ideas. They don't want to design me anything. I got to bring in exactly what I want. I'm thinking, I understand where they're coming from. I mean, they want a tattoo. They need to make some money here. And so they want to invest tons of time in the designing of tattoos. And there's some shops that's all they'll do. And there's other shops that don't do it at all. I think there's a nice balance. I absolutely am fine if I will talk to people. They're like, I would like this. It's like, all right, you want to change? Nah, I really would like to stay close. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you. I will give you that. Now, I think there's certain degrees of that depending on what it is. And there's some stuff people bring in, I want that. And it's like, okay, well, that's a tattoo on somebody's body. What I can do for you is I can give you like as close to that as I can, but I have to recreate it. Because there's no way you're going to stencil something that's on someone's body. It's curved in a photo. So now I go find all the references. All right, that's that. And then they have that flower. So go find all the references, recreate it. And in the process of recreating what they have, it's slightly different. And then I shade it or color it the way I do things. It ends up being a different tattoo, but the client's happy because it's the same tattoo, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not. I actually have like 4 hours, 5 hours into that tattoo that you probably assume I just lined around and put on your body. So, I mean, I don't know if that's taboo to some people, but in real life, that's how
it goes. That's just how it goes there.
Yeah.
It's like I say, I mean,
clients don't always give you that as much freedom as they think they do. Some do. And it's nice to some degree.
But I tell you what, though, we got a new laser machine in this week, and I managed to be brave and go back under the laser and have my legs zapped again, just so I could see what it was like.
How was it?
It's like, it's all right. It's all right, but like I say, these people that are having laser treatment at our place and they're having full sleeves removed and stuff like that, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Crack on. Rather you than me.
Right. Oof. Hey, that's a good question, Romeo. No, copyright infringement is not a thing with tattooing. I read an article on that
put out
a while back.
You put out public on internet. It's free for anybody.
Yeah, and something with tattooing, I don't remember where I read it, but yeah, there's no copyright infringement. You can't get in trouble for that sort of thing.
No, you can't. Unless you physically break into somebody's tattoo studio and take their design. Technically, that's the only way that you're actually breaking any laws. And
Yeah.
you're more likely to get done for B&E, breaking and entering, than you are for copyright infringement. Yeah, that's right. How many times have you seen a same pocket watch or same rose done on somebody else? It's just like,
yeah, and a lot of people are working off of the same references as well.
Yeah.
And they're not literally taking that tattoo and slapping right on it. The person says, I want the, the lion, the pocket watch, and the rose. And they go and find the references that are similar to the photo you brought into them and piece it together. Ends up looking very similar. But a lot of time, and you try your hardest to put little changes in there. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, it's the way it goes. People want what they want, and you can convince them to a degree, and then you can try to do little things. But overall, I let them know, like, hey, I give you that tattoo. It's going to be different because I'm going to go find the references. I'm going to shade it the way I shade it. It's going to be different, but I can give you something very similar to that. If not, as close as I can get to that. But it's still technically a different tattoo. But there's only so much stuff. People only want what they can see, really. So they see a tattoo, and now you got to give them a version of that tattoo.
Google's, I mean, the amount of time people come in to me, come in the studio, and it's like, I found this on Google. You know what I mean? I've been looking down Google images, or I've been down I've been down Pinterest or whatever. It's I've seen this, I've seen that, I've seen other, and it's like, I'm the same as you. Yeah, I can give you something like that. Won't be exactly the same because obviously I do a different style for the stars.
Right. I couldn't.
But I can give you something that looks like that.
Yeah.
But we just do what we can, where we can, the best we can.
And I like references. Give me references. I request them from people. I love it. I have a few clients that it's great. They come in for a consultation. They'll have like pictures on the phone, right? And they'll have they know they're not asking for that, but hey, I was thinking about this, something like this. And then I like this. Show me what you like. Show me the style in which you like it in. Takes a lot of the questions out when I'm going to look for references, when I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. So, I mean, having images of what you want is not a bad thing, but I prefer people have references of like, hey, I like this type of thing. I like this style. Oh, you like dark stuff. Okay. You like thick lines, blah, blah, blah. That's what I really like from consultations is what they want. But
I can't still believe that there's 21 people here watching us chat crap.
This is unreal. We would do
there's 21 of you still here watching me and Dave chat crap between ourselves about tattooing.
For me, I was laying in bed with the remote, like,
it's like, but on a Sunday night, we're just watching these two idiots, just chat about tattooing. I mean, it's just one of them things. On a positive note, I got last of my audio leads coming this week, so I can start rigging my audio crap up, and things are starting to quieten down. So I can start dropping some videos.
Nice.
So just got to think of topics, subjects, this, that, and other. That's why you'll probably see I'm just starting to use you've noticed I've started to use my other channel a lot more now.
Yeah, that's good. Get people familiar with you coming from that place.
I'm just trying to use that now. But yeah, last of that lot coming. So I think probably next week, I know, because like I was saying to you, a bit quiet. So I think I'm going to familiarise myself with all, because I'm not that massively conversant and techified with cameras and audio and mics and this, that, and other. They quite scare me, if I tell you the truth. I'd rather tattoo somebody than start messing around with all that sort of stuff.
No, totally. It's a learning curve. You learn it as you need it. I go on YouTube. There's something I want to do. I'm like, especially when editing, I'm like, how do I? And then just go over here and go, I watch the tutorial, duplicate. Hey, that worked. All right. I wish I'd have known that a year ago.
Yeah, I think I get more nervous of actually doing something and then pressing the delete button and it's all gone. It's like,
oh man,
got to start again.
Get an external hard drive, Andy. It'll save your computer and your head so much time. store all
Oh,
your crap on an
but
external hard drive.
yeah, should be fun. Should be fun.
It is fun. It is fun.
And to be
That's it.
honest, that's all it's gonna be. It's just
Oh man, that's gotta keep it fun. I say, yeah. I mean, I remember, and I say all the time, YouTube changed so much. You know, it's different. It's a different world now, and I'm just trying to enjoy it nowadays. Vice, and I think my YouTube channel is different now. I don't really, I feel like I beat a dead horse trying to go over all the, lining and shading and stuff. And nowadays I just kind of share whatever I'm doing, and I'm just tattooing and I record it, and it is what it is. I just put it out there in the world, and it's not exciting, but it's what I'm doing now. And I guess that's what I've always done on this channel, is just like shared what I was doing now, good, bad, or ugly. And
yeah,
so I guess I'm kind of like, I don't really know what else to do. So I enjoy doing the Sunday thing. And I think on Tuesdays I might start a Q&A. And maybe not every Tuesday, maybe every other Tuesday. Just to be available for people who might have questions or
yeah.
whatnot. I
I
feel like
was
that's
looking
all
on
I
there.
can really do to give back to.
Yeah.
I'm out of ideas anymore.
Yeah, Romeo. One of y'all do one on how to get tattoos that are hella dark.
You
I don't quite
saturate
understand what
your
you're wanting
black.
out of that one, Romeo.
Dude, yeah, how to get, I mean, you get your tattoos black by using a thick black, like a super black or triple black. I mean, it depends on the black you want to use, or the Big Sleeps has a really nice black.
Yeah, is he wanting
Or
to
you
get a
can,
tattoo super dark, or I like I say, we say stuff, we spell stuff different to you, so I don't quite understand what he's trying to get at there. But
yeah.
is he
Oh,
trying to
black.
get?
Smoke was saying maybe black work. Um, yeah, that blacking out body parts and stuff, that's actually a bit harder than it
That's harder than
sounds
what it
or
looks.
looks. Yeah, and I do not care for it. And bigger needle groupings is definitely the way to go. Like bigger, like big
That and
groupings. You need it smooth.
plenty of music that you like to listen to, because it can be boring as hell.
Oh my goodness, yes, yes, yes. And a machine that has the oomph to push
Yeah,
that large needle grouping.
yeah.
Definitely a big thing there as well. Yeah. Well, hella
it's
meat super.
it's it's what, like I say. I mean, you don't have, if you break tattooing down into its individual components, and you're willing to work through its components systematically. It doesn't have to be hard. Get your lining,
True.
sort either your shading, sort your packing. Then from there, then start. Once you've got them down, then work it out onto pieces. That's what I used to do with apprentices that were in studio. I mean, I ain't an apprentice now for a while, because I just found that they'd come with all fire and enthusiasm, and you'd have them learning and tattooing, and then because they'd come thinking that they'd be tattooing masterpieces in 3 months, that the enthusiasm would fall off, and then
Right.
you won't start seeing them, and you'd have tasks set for them, or drawing exercises, or this, that, and other, than they'd start missing doing that stuff. So in end, it just become a waste of time. And the last couple that I've had have left because they're either not doing what they want to do, or they've found the party life, shall we say, and that. And so to a point now, it's like just me, myself, and my wife and daughter in shop, and we'll cruise along from there. And just come on here on a Sunday night with you and help people on here. It's easy, rather than on a 1-to-1. You get 1-to-21 or 1-to-41. 2-to-41.
Right.
Sorry.
Right.
And that's it. It just seems to be a lot better and a lot easier to help people via this platform than it is on a one-to-one basis in your own shop, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've thought about it as well, and I don't know. It's hard because there is a level of dedication that would come with taking somebody on. Is you can teach them everything, and then they could leave. Um, I don't know. No, plus
Yeah,
you have to have a setup for it and everything. But no, it
yeah,
is easier to help more people here than in the shop. Partying get you into trouble today. Yeah,
yeah.
it's the truth, Smoke. I don't think if you get into tattooing for some sort of rock star lifestyle or anything, that's just stupid in my
That's
opinion.
been
Because you got to put
that
in.
era's been and gone.
Yeah, you got to
Um,
put in work, man. Especially everybody's
Romeo,
really good at tattooing these days.
yeah,
So
Romeo.
it's
Feel like
hard.
I'm doing. Feel like I'm doing all right though. Is anything specifically to avoid that I might be doing that leaves the blacks kind of light? Yes. One, moving too fast. It's slow circular motions for packing black. Slow circular motions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, right needle depth. Running. Don't run your machine too fast. Do not run your machine because all you'll do is chew skin up, make skin bloody, and then you won't get the ink in for blood, plasma, and everything. It'll start pushing it all back out. And that also, and I don't know, I've never ever found myself that I've been able to pack super solid black to the density that I wanted in one pass. Two passes,
Mm-hmm.
yes. One pass, no, it's always come out a bit patchy, this, that, and other, but that's me personally. But you've just, it's same with colour, and it's slow. People just want to have a tendency to scribble this blacking, scribble colouring quite quick. And all you're doing is you're just putting it in and chewing the skin up. So it's slow, needle depth. And another thing that Dave hit on was having a machine with enough punch, stroke, or whatever to put this stuff in. Because using a machine with a 3mm stroke is just not going to do the job.
Right.
3.5mm direct drive is always going to hit harder than a 3.5mm swash drive.
Definitely.
Then you're jumping up to 4mm, 4.2s, and this, that, and other. I use a 3.5mm direct drive pen style, and it hits hard. And I can pack black, pack colour, and everything. I have a variable stroke, which we've talked about, that goes up to 4.2mm, and I've just managed to figure that machine out. And for me to get anywhere with that, I'm having to run, even at 4.2, I'm having to run a complete volt higher than what my 3.5mm direct drive would be just to get same results. But what I have found with that, and I am liking it for Dave, is the black and greys, because I drop it down to a 3mm stroke or a 3.2, super soft.
Yeah.
And it's great on skin, for lighter tones.
Yep. That's nice to now have a better feel of that machine and how you can better use it. And I think Smoke told Chad, listen to what Smoke said, really, because Chad says, I'm learning completely on my own through watching some of your videos in trial and error. Well, that is literally how I learned how to tattoo. I watched some older videos, and then started creating some because I thought there needed to be a little bit more of my opinion and detail, I guess, just whatever. But yeah, and so is most everybody in the chat, in the stream.
Yeah.
Everyone's pretty much learning. Not everybody. There's definitely people that are apprenticeships or own a shop. We have a broad range of people through here, but a lot of people are learning on their own. And so you're not alone, man. You're not alone. And that's in the chat. I know we're dwindled down. There's not a ton of people in the chat right now. When you get in early on, you can see a bit more of it. You can ask some questions to people. Everyone's really pretty chill here. You're not gonna break any hearts or anything.
We know how hard it is to get an apprenticeship in a shop, it's so hard to get one. And Dave's had you've had first-hand experience getting an apprenticeship that were just
horrible,
an absolute joke. As you said, they had you doing everything but what you wanted to do and stuff like that, aren't you, Dave?
Absolutely, it was absolutely horrible. I mean, it's just you don't know any better though. That's the problem is you don't know what is what. And I was fresh out of the Marine Corps, so I was all about like, yes, sir, yes, sir. You know, hey, you just got to do the grind it out, grind it out, grind it out. But when you have 3 kids and a whole bunch working every single day and never being in the tattoo shop, doing all kinds of other dumb stuff. I mean, for months and months and months, you have to draw the line somewhere. This is stupid. I'm learning nothing. They want me to do give you the keys to the shop and tattoo, but you never showed me how to tattoo. And it's just a hot mess. You can definitely tell there's definitely shops willing to take advantage of anybody.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just got to walk away and say, I'm going to figure this out on my own. You guys ain't teaching me diddly. But if you go into an apprenticeship and you're there for a month or two and you're not learning anything, just hold your horses. You know what I mean? It's not like you get there and they throw a tattoo machine in your hand and go, bam. And I'm not even talking about, I'm complaining about clean toilets. Like there was way, 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 way beyond any of that, way beyond. That would have been totally fine. So you do got to watch out. They're not created equally. I think apprenticeships are changing because people have to change them. So I don't know.
And over here in UK, it's not unheard of for the shop to charge the apprentice to go in for the privilege of being taught.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard of it, and that being as high as we'll start to teach you, but you're giving us what $2,300 to actually come through the shop before we'll even let you through the shop door and start teaching you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're paying. Not only they're not getting paid to tattoo, because generally apprentices over here don't get paid, but they're having to pay the tattoo studio for the privilege of being learned anyway.
Right. Yeah. It's what I've actually seen seems to be, which is gotta be uplifting for a lot of people, in my opinion. But there was definitely, if you were going to find a job somewhere tattooing, right? It'd be like, well, where's your apprentice, or where's this, where's that? I think nowadays people would like, show me your work. You'd be like, look, I've really like self-taught, yada yada. If your work is good and the people want to bring you on, they might just double check to make sure all the way you're doing things on a cleanly standpoint is squared away. But you hear a lot more of self-taught artists being brought into good shops, or just brought in. And so I mean, you could definitely learn on your own and transition into a shop, where I think not too long ago that was really a much harder thing to do. I think nowadays people are looking for good work and they're not really so concerned about where'd you learn, where'd you apprenticeship under, who's that, blah blah blah. So anyhow, bit more opportunity, but where there's things are easier, there's more fish in the sea, right? So the harder something is, the less amount of people want to play in there. Easier it gets, and it is getting a little bit easier. So that's why I think the whole industry feels an influx more of competition and whatnot. And I think you're better off not fighting it, just embracing it and helping other people, because people are going to figure it out one way or another. So why not just help,
Like I say,
what are you going to
do? Unfortunately, you see, I was watching something today, and I went on YouTube, and there was a quote. People just seem to find it easier to be negative about stuff rather than to be positive and help people. And it's right, is that?
It's way easier to be. It's way easier to shit on people than it is
downplay and be negative, rather than to be upbeat, pleasant, and actually help. And it's a sad factor of life.
And the sad part is, from a viewing aspect, whether we know it or not, we prefer to watch people get shit on, right? It's just, it's more entertaining. And it definitely sells. Obviously, if you watch the news, everything, negativity, horrible, that's what sells. So it's easy to fall into that because everything is rewarded for being that way,
Yeah.
where you know, you have to push back against that. Well, you don't have to. You can choose to. I choose
Well,
to.
that's
Try to
it.
anyhow. What's the point?
Choose to do. You've got a choice.
Yeah. That's it.
Like you say, you've got a choice whether to actually be nice, help people, pay it forward, or just to be basically run at mill and just find it easy to shit on people
Yeah.
and poke fun, make fun, and find it all entertaining. But yeah, things are entertaining at the right times. But when people are
Yeah.
wanting to be learning, it's time to help.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's rewarding to help people too. I mean, I'm sure you know, Andy. You've helped a lot of people personally, like one on one off the camera. And
Yeah,
there's a bit of enjoyment in seeing those people you help progress as well.
yeah. I mean, like I said to you, and I said to you tonight, I've got a few people that have messaged me via my Instagram, which obviously is on bottom of your
Yeah.
page. They've messaged me, direct messaged me, and well, what do you think? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? This, that, and other. It's like, what's her name? Artie later this week. She was struggling to get, because she's in Ireland. She's obviously just, and she went on about insurances. She wanted some help with insurances, treatment, and what insurances she needs. She messaged me. She reached out. She messaged me. So just give her some pointers on that side of it, which I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I'm not saying that you're going to send me a message and I'm going to reply to you within the next 30 seconds, but generally.
Yeah, and you can't get to everybody. I know.
Yeah, but generally, if I've got time, and I'll sit there and go down and I'll reply to whoever, whenever, when I can. But pretty much like yourself, I do have a life. I have got to work.
Right. Yeah.
And I have got tattoos, and if I've not got tattoos, like I say, we're designing, pretty much like yourself.
Yeah.
And if not, there's other stuff. There's all shop stuff to do, studio stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all encompassing, and it's fun though. I look forward to seeing what next year brings. Every summer it feels like it just try to push a little harder and see what it brings. But the biggest thing is to just not let anybody stop you or break it down. Obviously we haven't seen any of those today. We haven't seen them in a while where it's like, all right, you probably, there's some that's maybe you do take a break, or whatever. But for the most part, there's always going to be someone there to try to bring you down. Right. You see it especially if you go onto these Facebook groups. I wish I haven't been on them in a long time. Thank God. But I mean, some of them rightfully so. But there are plenty of people that you see a post and like, that's a pretty decent tattoo. You go on the comments, they're just destroying it. It's like, holy cow. But it's on you to post it there, to be quite honest, if you know that people destroy each other. But again, it is way easier to just shit on people. But
it's funny. It's funny you've said that, because it were Tuesday, Wednesday this week. I were on Facebook and somebody had put on a group, and it was like a beginners group, tattooing group, that they were having problems with the stenciling on fake skin. And the stenciling was wiping off. So I then got much answers. So I don't usually do it. I'll be honest with you, I don't usually do it, because I know that there's that many, shall we say, Facebook Karens and and idiots on there that just want to troll you and give you shit for the sake of giving you shit. But I thought, this kid, nobody's giving him any feedback. So I wrote a post, basically, cut along, it says to him, look, wherever you can, I understand what you're going through, wherever you can, you're best off making your stencils 24 hours before you want them.
Yeah.
Stencil it, put it down, leave it 24 hours, let it dry. If you're in more of a hurry to get it dry, put it on, but leave it as long as you can, but dry it with a hairdryer. get a hairdryer or something on it, dry
Yeah.
it.
Heat it up. Get it
Oh
done.
my God.
Uh-oh.
Are you
Uh-oh.
taking piss, bro? It's taking piss. The amount of laughing faces and that my comment got and everything, it were like, in the end, I was just like,
Really? What were
see
they?
less.
What were they?
Yeah.
What did I literally tested all that stuff and have shared parts of that, the blow dry, all of it. I've used all of it. It all works. Why
Yeah.
were they? What were they just shitting on you just because? You think? I mean,
Yeah,
what
they thought I was
reason
taking
was
piss. They
there?
thought, oh, taking piss, winding them up, do this fake skins, and they're all going, well, fake skin notoriously hard to stencil, but I'm giving you legitimate advice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This, that, and other. And that, put it out in sun, air dryer, whatever, hang it over a radiator or whatever, just to get it to dry off.
Right.
Oh my God. To the point, I was sick of going on my phone. So and so's left a comment, so laughing face, this, that, and
Oh,
other, crying. I was like, oh, just turn it off. I just turned it off and I thought, right, I'm not
that's
doing that
it.
again. The
That's
one and
it.
only time that I sort of like commented in this group, and I thought, this kid, it had like 2 people only comment, and I got more comments on me for saying that than he got constructive advice.
That's crazy.
And that's
That's
what this world's come to.
that's what it is. People would rather. It's just they would rather shit on you than help you. And then if you try to help somebody, it's like you can't help that person. You can't. Just like okay, all right. And it's crazy. That's why I'm very fortunate and very happy that for the 99% of the people that are on this stream when we do these every Sunday, when who are on the channel watching the videos I make, are mostly decent human beings. And if they ain't got nothing constructive to say, most of them don't say anything. I would assume. So I'm appreciative because yeah, when you go read some of these forums, boy, oh boy, it's a wonder anybody posts anything because
It's
I
a
mean, there's
wonder that
some stuff and there are some people who are genuine, they're trying to help, like yourself, Andy,
yeah,
and you see the same thing. It's like they shit on that person for even trying to uplift that person, or it's like,
yeah.
dang, and then you go look at everybody's work and nobody's really got anything fantastic anyhow, but they will, happily put other people down. So yeah, yeah. I mean, most
Oh,
people are saying, yeah, that shitty tattoo for beginners on Facebook is a pretty good group. They don't allow negative comments. That's cool. I mean, there's probably groups like that that don't. I don't really. The thing is on Facebook, and I'm not even on there that much, but it knows like, hey, when you're here, you tend to read these tattoo comment things, because I do. I read them and oh, okay,
yeah.
look at it, and then go read the comments like, good God, this is a bonfire. Get out. And so Facebook goes, oh, you like that stuff? Boom. So every time I go on, they're like, hey, look at these, look at these. And I'm like in it on the toilet, like, oh my God, it's another bonfire. But anyhow, I don't know where I was
Yeah,
going
I
with
mean,
that.
the amount of, so, well, I tell you what, I just won't bother. I just won't bother.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you go, why am I even doing this if it's really
Like,
just a whole bunch of haters?
like I said, and like I spoke to you before, I was roaming in the bar and about doing a YouTube channel. You do it, you know what I mean? This, that, and other, and
Yeah.
you sort of like talked me into it, so got it up and running. So I'm just gonna make just pretty much like you've done, Dave. I'll just make videos and just try help people out, and anybody's got any suggestions, and we'll just try make some videos on that, do that, try help people through it. If they want to watch them, they watch them. If they want to take it in, they can take it in. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
entirely up to them then, because like I say, I've tried helping people out in other ways, and you just get, especially with Facebook, you just get shit on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all of it. Here's the funny thing I've noticed about trying to, help people is the a lot of people do appreciate help anywhere they can get it. I
Yeah,
know I do. But you find that people think they're like, you have to be like the best of the best of the best to even open your mouth in this industry to try to share any information.
yeah.
How dare you? Like that your work is not perfect. How dare it's like who are we waiting for? What golden there's some fantastic tattoo artists out there, but they're busy or they're not into maybe they're not the best at sharing information, right? If we wait
Yeah.
for those people, nothing would ever happen. So unfortunately, you get just some regular ass people who make tattoos who are
That's us.
sharing their operation. And that's the problem with the Facebook, with the YouTube, all of it. It's like, how dare you? I went and looked. You have flaws. Right. Exactly. You know, it's like,
Yeah. It's
what are
like I
you
said to me.
waiting for? What are you waiting on?
It's like I said to me. So yes, you got flaws in you got flaws in your tattoo. Yeah. No shit, Sherlock. I'm just a regular tattoo artist that
Right, I'm trying to get better, man. Chill.
makes a living. Difference is I'm willing to share the bit of knowledge that I've got that's got me to this point
Right.
to help other people come along. So it doesn't take them as long to get to this point as it took me.
It's exactly right, man.
And that's all it's about. And then they can take that away with themselves and apply it. And hopefully it'll help them and speed them up. And then, but as you've said, you get these, then she'll say, other tattoo artists, well, you don't have the right to tell anybody your work's not as good as my work, or
Right.
it's not as good as what it should be. Well, I've never said it is. I have
Yeah.
never ever said, and I've never ever made my work out to be anything other than what it is. I'm just a regular everyday tattoo artist.
Yep. It is what it is. If it's not
But the
perfect, it's
difference,
just not perfect.
but like I said, the difference between me and that person is I am willing to put myself in front of people and help them, whereas you're not. You know what I mean? You're so
Yeah.
self-absorbed and wrapped up in yourself that
Right.
you think other people don't deserve to learn off you. And that,
Yeah.
and they can go struggle. But then you're a bit first to jump on their work saying it's crap. But
Absolutely. And
if nobody's willing to help them, it's always going to be crap.
that's it. Yeah. And you know, if you don't know, you don't know. And you know, until more, and I think there are a lot more people now that are willing to help. And you know, and but those people have probably maybe feel like they put in a lot of years in learning, so therefore, you know, understandably they want to, you know, charge you a few $100 to learn. And even that, you know, to me is okay. You know, you want to charge for your information you have, that's great. So the free stuff you get from myself and other people willing to put out free information, it's might not be, you know, world class information, just
No,
what we know, you know,
it's
and it
just,
changes all the time.
yeah,
So
it's every day. The information and the knowledge that I've got is tattooing for everyday run of the mill tattoo artists.
right, yeah, people are just trying to
And this is why
make
we're
it.
saying earlier, we get some people come through here, will you critique me work, will you have a look at my work, and it comes on and it's like, God damn, I don't even have the right to critique your work. You
Yeah,
know, 'cause you're better than what I am.
right. That's it. That's yeah. I mean, that's what's I honestly I think is probably the most fun is when there's nothing that has to be said. It's like, this is cool. That's
Yeah,
fun because then you don't feel like, because there's tattoos you look at. It's kind of hard sometimes because you're like, I don't know exactly. I couldn't put my finger on exactly what it is. I mean, the lines might be a little shaky, but there's a ton of lines, so it adds to it. You know, some choppy shading. Sometimes it's hard to like look at something and say, hey, I think that's where you need to go with that. So when it's everything's really nice and it looks good, it's easy, fun. Yep.
yeah.
I have no part of me is like, oh, how dare this person be so good.
That's it, you know. But
Oh man.
and that's what the other thing is, like I say, that's what's good about the people in chat community. They're sharing their knowledge,
Yeah.
pointing people in the right direction of each other's IG, try to help each other out, and that's what it all is. If we can all give out, if everybody can learn a little bit from somebody, then
Right.
it goes a long way. So it's a good thing. Learning's good.
Yep. Well, guys, we have been here for 4 hours and 8 minutes. Which I know the past couple of weeks we've really been burning the midnight oil here.
I think for the last hour, I think we've just been rattling on.
We have. I usually wait till we fall under like 20 people. But,
and I can't believe that we're like 28, 26 people still here. Well,
guys,
stupid.
We just for people who may have popped in, we do the critique for like 3 hours, and then we normally jump off. But we just kind of mambered for a few minutes, which carried on to a couple people having some questions to getting off on. This is what me and Andy spend an hour after we get off of here talking. So we're pretty much doing that here. So when we get off of here, we'll do like a 10-minute rundown, and then we got all our membering done here, Andy.
Well, that's it. I mean, I can't believe that, like you said, there's 27, 29 people still willing to stay there, listen to us, to chatting on, rambling on, whinging on, putting things to right, and still chipping in and talking in chat.
Well, this is what I always liked. This is, I would watch, but then again, I guess I'm biased, right? But no, I kind of enjoyed just, I don't have, it's just me here where I'm at. And I'm sure a lot of other people are the same way, especially our audience and whatnot. So it's nice to listen to people talk. It's nice to talk to Andy about tattooing because it's just me in a hole all the time, with my own thoughts. So you talk to somebody else that tattoos, it's nice,
It's pretty much the way. I mean, where my studio is, there is other shops, there is other artists. But I pretty much keep myself to myself because I don't want to get into a pissing competition with another studio or another artist or anything.
Yeah.
I just want to go do my own thing. And that's it. So I don't really get involved with them. And like I've said to you, it's myself, my wife, and my daughter. My daughter's now in the shop full time. So it's just the three of us. We're in the shop. So it's nice for me to sit here and talk to you about everything tattooing and people in the comments about everything tattooing.
Right.
Because even though I work with my daughter and my wife, they're not tattoo artists, if you understand what I mean.
I do. I do actually, yes.
So it is nice to talk to other people that like to tattoo, want to learn to tattoo. So it is nice for me.
Yeah,
I look forward to Sunday nights.
Yeah, you should just share what you like to do with other people, and that's just what we like to do. And it's ever consuming. What stinks is I spend so much time in tattooing, but I feel like I'm ready to spend a little bit time in another medium. I think we talked about this earlier at some point where I think I want to get do either some large scale charcoal work or maybe even some painting, and just allow myself to kind of push my artistic skills in a different direction and just see what that turns into in a tattooing way. You know what I mean? Like, what is that gonna do overall? I don't want to push to do something else in hopes that, this will help me with that or that. I just want to mess around, spend my time maybe doing other stuff. Like if I have time, I'd sit here and edit a video, and that's good and all, but I don't think it's really helping anybody. I think these live Sundays help people, and I'll do some Q&As that will help people, I think, but I got to help myself a bit too. And you spend a lot of time doing tattoo stuff, looking at tattoos, being around tattoos and tattooing and designing tattoos, where I think it's important where I'm at now to try to maybe spend a little less time monkeying with tattooing on the computer per se, and maybe work on some artwork of my own, whatever that may be. And in the overall hope and effort that whatever is learned can be translated more so into tattooing in some way, shape, or form, because once you know how to tattoo, I think, and you know, then your skills can only go as far as your ability to what you can do on meat, whether you're an artist on paper or painting or whatever, you know. So I think I don't think I've reached that point, but I would want to be proactive and try to push myself a little bit further. So you know what I mean? I think
Yeah,
that's a better place to spend my time
yeah.
personally.
I just smoke. This is sister Israel just asked me. Says you
Yeah,
pass those skills on to wife and daughter. Well, unfortunately,
good
smoke.
question.
No, I tried to see whether they're going to tattooing. They're not interested. It's not for them. They're not art based. What they've done, and I mean, you know what they've done is daughter. She's gone through course and she's now a fully qualified piercer. They've also both my wife and my daughter have sat at British Medical Laser Association, you know, courses and passed them for tattoo, being able fully qualified for use of laser for tattoo removals. So they do that. Plus, they've also just finished another course, which is a British medical course, for to be qualified for IPL laser hair removal. So they've just got set up for that.
That's
So
cool. That's
between
cool.
them, they're doing tattoo removal, laser hair removal, and piercing. I just do the tattoos, but
Right.
it works for them.
I just do the tattoo.
I just do the tattoos. That's it. They just for them. They've got all that to play with. Do
Which is
what
a
they do
lot.
with
I
that.
mean, that's cool. So many different things going on, and it's a family. It's truly a family operation.
Well, it is. I mean, I tried saying to the daughter, you see, she says, look, I'm not going to be at this. I'm not going to be at this all my life, you know. So, and both me and wife have said, we said to the daughter, I mean, when I was daughter's 23.
Mm.
So I says to the daughter, this is all yours. When we've had enough, this is all yours. You can have it. You know, ready-made business, tattoo business and all. Look,
Yeah.
you can have it. If you learn to tattoo, obviously not going to have to wait for it. Try get an artist in, but she still won't. She says, I'd rather just get somebody in and rent them it out and concentrate on piercing removals and laser hair removal. And that. So yeah, they're just not into art that way.
Right. And that's okay. You can't, you can't push it. I tried
No,
to also, my
no,
wife's so involved in everything, and she kind of been pulled into it, and she's done so much. But at one point, I thought, well, you want to learn? She's not really. I said, well, give it a try, So sure, if you think you're pretty decent at it, but just said, no, it's not for me. I don't mind helping you. I don't mind this, that, and the other, but no, it's not for me. It's just
yeah,
weird, especially when you come from a place of like, wow, but hey, it's just not for some people that want to do it,
no. And
If you wanted me to crochet, that's great. I will help you, I suppose, if whatever the case, but I don't want to do it. Sure, I can show you. That's cool. I don't have the patience, but I'll sit there for 5 hours and stare at a face and tattoo it, or a build, whatever the thing is, a flower, and I like that.
yeah,
Um,
but
it's an
like
arsenal
you
here.
say, at the minute, it's just what works. It's just what worked for us. Pretty much like yourself. Between
Yeah,
you and your wife and that, it's working for yourselves.
yeah, it's
Um,
working out.
and that's what it's all about. That's what it is all about.
Yeah,
And
it is. And the other cool thing about the way things are moving right now in tattooing, as well, in my opinion, is that I think less people are looking at, well, at least here where I've noticed a bit more of, at least just talking to people, but maybe the group of people I'm talking to are like middle age now, young middle age, so they're like thinking about things better. But it seems like my clients are looking for, they're not just walking in. I mean, I remember I just walked into a tattoo shop and it's like Joe Schmo high on drugs over there tattooing me. And I just assumed everybody was great or made tattoos good, And nowadays, I think people look on the internet a bit more. They think about it, They want to find somebody that both does good work and they like as well, Like you talked about, you get a lot of clients that come in there and they just really appreciate, how they're treated in your shop, vice how they get treated in maybe some other shops or whatnot. And that alone, um, brings them back around. I think it's a full-on experience in some ways. Tattoo, the vibes they get while they're there, a connection you can make with your clients, where I think there was a much more of like a disconnect years ago where it was just, I want that tattoo. Don't care who does it. Do it. There might have been people ahead of the curve, but I think I was just younger back then and didn't think about it as much, where I think when you get in, 30s, 40s, whatnot, maybe there's brighter people out there earlier on, but I think that's when you start thinking about who does your tattoos or trying to get the bad decisions fixed or whatnot. But how many years experience did you have before opening a shop? And
well, I've been on and off tattooing, 14 years? Between learning and then brother-in-law at the shop, so doing a bit part-time. I originally come from a construction background, which I enjoyed, so I was doing that and then tattooing part-time out of his shop. And it wasn't until 2019 when I had a bit of an accident on site. Nothing major. I just pulled my back badly. In fact, actually it was 2018. I pulled my back badly, then went back to laid up for 3 months. And that's where brother-in-law went, look, about time you got out of that game, got your own place, and run your own shop. Between that and wife and the kids being grown up, that it wasn't until 2019 that I actually opened my own shop, which at that time, when my kids being grown up, older, and the age that I was, which would have put me 48, all right, 48, 47, 48 at that point, that my financial commitment everywhere else was an absolute minimum. So it was less of a gambled, obviously it's always a gamble, and it's a gambled risk opening a shop, but it was less of one. My financial commitments elsewhere was nowhere near as great as what there were years previous to that. So, and then 2019, opened the shop, got the shop in January 2019. I thought it would take 3 months to get the shop done out and passed with the local authorities. In truth, it was 6 months. So that was June. Yeah, June, end of June, beginning of July when we opened it. And then March 2020, COVID hit. And then between March 2020 and March 2021, out of them 52 weeks, we was closed 40 of them.
Dang.
Yeah, we were closed 40 weeks out of 52. And then opened back up, and we've been running ever since. And then we've been doing really well. And then we get to this month, which is always naturally a quieter month due to Christmas, financial commitments elsewhere.
Right.
So it always flattens off. It never goes totally quiet. Don't get me wrong, it never goes totally quiet, but it flattens off.
Yeah.
But what's weird is it flattens off for tattooing, but then on the flip side of it, the piercing side of it, it were like last week were hell for leather. It was just a complete week of piercings and laser removals.
Dang.
So it's not it's not so bad. At least we have some stuff to fall back on. So with how we've got it set up, no matter what, there's always 3-4 clients in having something done every single day.
Right.
So there's always some sort of turnover.
Which is nice to be diversified, which is smart. And then Romeo says, how do you sit while you tattoo?
On a chair. On a chair, bent over. Yep.
Just you try to get it to where you're not arced over too long. But sometimes it's like this. Sometimes someone's laying flat on a table. You're standing bent over for 6 hours. Ugh, it sucks. It's
That's one thing I hate. You know, when you stood up to tattoo, you stood up and you're like that, and you're over top of them. It's so much more uncomfortable than what it is sat down tattooing somebody.
Yes, absolutely. But you're always trying to get somebody in the position where the skin can be as tight as possible, or it's easier to run lines. For me, if the person's flat, in some spots, they could have them up like this. I'm tattooing their chest, but I'd rather have them flat. It's just easier, but it's harder on my back.
If I'm tattooing for more than 5 hours, I need to take ibuprofen. I always take a break. I always take 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes every sort of like hour and a half type thing, because client hates being sat still for that long. So every hour and a half, I always take 5 to 10 minutes, get them up, let them have a much about, if they want to go for a cigarette or whatever, off they go, on a vape, off they go, do whatever they want to do, come back in, get them sat back down. It gives me a chance to get a drink and get stood up, straighten my back up, and then get them back in and crack on.
Yep, that's it. Take a break. Sometimes clients like, nah, keep going. Well, I personally like take a break every hour and a half, and they're short. I mean, they're literally sometimes. I feel like get up, let them stretch around, they go pee. I will still vape as I'm trying to quit, and then we jump right back to it. But it's enough to like let my eyes settle. I can take a look at the tattoo from a distance for a change, because you're looking at it like this the whole time. Yep. It's just a good thing to do. It does help your back out a little bit. But anyhow, I need to be back to the family by 10 o'clock, and that's in 4 minutes, guys. So if there's any last minute anything, if not, I'm gonna
it's only 10
jump
o'clock for you,
here.
Dave.
What's that?
I'm glad it's only 10 o'clock for you. It's 5 to 3 in the morning for me.
Oh man. Oh, that's why I started starting at 5:30 instead of 6. I'm like, we need a little extra time.
Yeah, I've got to be a dentist at 9 in the morning.
Oh, dang. Oh, you mean in like a few hours?
Yep.
Oh, joy. But I just want to say to the 25 people who are still here, you rock. Thanks for letting me and Andy jibber jabber for the last hour there.
Yeah, just totally chatting crap for the last hour.
Yeah.
And you've, like I say, you've managed to stay here and just listen to me and Dave and chip your bit in on side. It's the proper hardcore diehard watching now. Yeah. Totally appreciate. Really do.
Giving out trophies,
Yeah.
25. You get a trophy. Yeah, nope. Andy's 5 hours difference from us. So just know it's 3 a.m. where he's at, and I'm suffering over here because it's almost 10 p.m. All right. What a difference. But good night, everybody. Me and Andy will see you guys next Sunday.
We will do.
Yes. There will be a couple of weeks, but we got a couple weeks until that. I might be out for, but you're in Cleveland, Chad? Bro, it's like an hour from me. I'm in Ashtabula County. So anyhow, yeah. Better say goodnight before we on here for another hour. All right, we're out of here, guys. Peace.
Yeah, catch you later. Catch you next week.